6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Need new doors and windows, but not high-pressure sales tactics?
If so, give Emmons a call today. At Emmons, we provide top-notch installation service with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction with brands like Anderson and Provia Windows and Doors.
And you can upgrade your home today with our energy-efficient options, which help save you money.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
President Trump wrote on Twitter, "Don't be afraid of COVID. Don't let it dominate your life." Don't let it dominate your life?
In terms of responding to a comment like that, it's gross.
It's okay to be afraid of COVID, and it's okay that it's dominating your life.
Everyone should be afraid of COVID.
You shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free.
I can't come in, Mom. It's because of this flu thing.
We won't be free of this pandemic until we listen to the acknowledged truth. Listen to the scientists.
Science is truth.
You know, science is truth. What is the impact to public health when people are openly questioning the science? Now is the time to do what you're told.
By not hearing the truth, by not listening to the scientists, they are prolonging how bad the economy will be.
When I see somebody out in the world who's not wearing a mask, I instantly think you are a threat, or you are selfish, or you are a COVID denier, and you definitely haven't been vaccinated.
Either wear a mask or get the hell out.
What does this have? Are you vaccinated?
I am triple vaccinated.
So why are you wearing a mask?
Seek out the scientists and listen to their advice.
Listen to scientists. Listen to the scientists.
Trust the experts.
We're going to trust science. We're going to trust the experts.
Parents who say, well, I need to do my own research, makes you think of that cartoon I saw of the tombstone that said, I did my own research.
Republicans have given their voters license to believe whatever they want to believe.
Heard somebody saying, listen to the scientists, do that.
Let's listen to the scientists.
It was the big lie. We know better now, and I don't believe that we will allow ourselves to be played again. We were played. That's just it. We got played, America. Well, especially for those of us here in Pennsylvania. And one of the worst things that happened 5 years ago this week, and we were ground zero, if you recall, here in Philadelphia, in Pennsylvania, in Jersey, nursing homes turned into death traps. It was really sick. If you remember, at the time, I had obtained exclusively in the beginning that audio of a conversation that happened over the phone among New Jersey nursing home providers and those managers. And at the time, remember, Judy, remember this in Jersey? It was Phil Murphy's right-hand person, their health czar. And they ordered people sick with COVID into the nursing homes. And if you remember that audio, it was chilling at the time, where you heard a director in the healthcare nursing home community saying people will die. And then there was this silence.
Thank you. So this is Marcella Maziers. I'm the Deputy Commissioner for Health Systems.
Hi, thank you very much. I have a brief question, and that is, you've asked us to take in COVID-19s from the hospital.
At the height of the pandemic, Governor Murphy used his power to force nursing homes to admit COVID-positive patients despite CDC guidelines.
There really is an immediate jeopardy. We know that this is a very difficult infection to control. This is why we've put out guidance on how to do it appropriately.
Yes, but patients will die. You understand that by asking us to take COVID patients, that patients will die in nursing homes that wouldn't otherwise have died.
And there was silence. There was silence at that point, and then you hear those nursing home directors say, look, they're not responding. They're not saying anything. And the silence said everything. Here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, by the end of 2023, 54,000 people were dead in the Commonwealth. And the nursing homes in particular became those death traps, as I say. You think about 54,000 people, but in those nursing homes, and to add insult to injury, remember Dr. Rachel Levine, who had, of course, back in the day, started out as Dr. Richard Levine, a Harvard graduate, quite a privileged individual, pediatrician. And at that time, Richard Levine was married, had children, and then much later in life chose, as an adult, to become Rachel Levine, the health czar here under then Governor Tom Wolf, who then was promoted during the Biden administration, became a health czar under Biden. But you think about Levine, who then, amid all of these recommendations and orders to place people sick with COVID in our nursing homes, but Levine, what did Dr. Levine do? Dr. Levine made sure that Dr. Levine's mother was taken out of a nursing home and put into a hotel.
Secretary, we're hearing that you moved your mother from a nursing home to a hotel. What message does that send to the thousands of Pennsylvanians whose parents are in nursing homes but may be unable to move them out when the person in charge is overseeing nursing homes and is in charge of the state's response to coronavirus moves out their own parent?
Well, thank you for that question. My mother actually is a resident of a personal care home, not a nursing home, and that is regulated by the Department of Human Services, not the Department of Health. My mother requested, and my sister and I, as her children, complied to move her to another location during the COVID-19 outbreak. My mother is 95 years old. She is very intelligent and more than competent to make her own decisions. I remain committed to protecting residents in Pennsylvania, wherever they live and wherever they go, whether it is in a facility that I regulate, whether it is in their homes and their communities, and whether or not they agree with our strategy.
Secretary from WKOK.
How about that? A 95-year-old lady who's in, and call it what you want, a personal care facility, a nursing care facility. The mom is in a facility for years and then just out of the blue suddenly says, hey, I've decided I want to go into a hotel. Well, maybe the conversation, I wonder what that went like. Hey, Ma, under government orders, they're going to be moving really sick people with COVID, this new strain of COVID, into nursing homes. You're 95 and you're immune compromised. So, maybe people like you should not be around sick COVID people. What do you think about a hotel? Would you like, nod, yes or no? Blink twice, Mom. Would you like to go into the hotel? I mean, that was so absurd that Rachel Levine was not only allowed to get away with that response, but as well then promoted for it. It really makes me sick to my stomach.
A new report out today from a House COVID subcommittee finds former Governor Andrew Cuomo was directly involved in a deadly pandemic-era mandate linked for thousands of nursing home deaths. The former governor is expected to testify publicly before the panel tomorrow. The other key finding claims the Cuomo team intentionally covered up certain COVID-19 related nursing home deaths, underreporting by the thousands. And an investigation held by New York's Attorney General found that the state severely undercounted COVID deaths in nursing homes. North Country Republican Congresswoman Elise Stefanik reacting to today's report, saying it was an attempt by Cuomo and his aides to cover up their culpability and guilt to try to save their shredded reputation.
Yeah, so it was this week 5 years ago, if you remember, and we were all here. It was right before, obviously, it was right before St. Patty's Day. It was, well, I think our last station event, because remember back in the day how much we loved all of our station events? We'd go to the Green Turtle. Yeah, we have that fun turtle story to talk about today. But remember that? We'd go to the Green Turtle. We just had all these fun events, and we would all get together. And at the time, Zioli had that event, a local event, with Mark Levin. And he had a book out, and it was our last event before everything was shut down. I will also point out to you, I had, for some stupid reason, decided to go blonde as a natural brunette.
Wait, you were blonde?
I just had decided I'd gone, like my hairdresser, Julia, and she'd said, why don't you go blonde? It'd be so much fun. And I was like, okay.
Like full blonde or like highlights of blonde highlights?
No, it was pretty blonde.
Wow.
Yeah.
Huh.
And what a dopey mistake. So
wow.
I had, like, within weeks, for some dumb reason, first time in my life, went blonde. I have no idea how to do my own hair. And then the shutdown happened. And what do? They shut down the churches. They shut down the hairdresser. Remember this? Barbers, hairdressers, the gyms. My youngest son still gives me a hard time because he was like, my friends all go to this one particular gym in Montgomery County that totally stayed open with, I can't say too much information because I don't want to get people in trouble. But you think about my kid at the time, what was he, 12, 13 years old? He had more sense than a lot of our officials. And he was like, all my friends are still going. One of my coaches is still going. And this gym, they had like the windows covered up and they all worked out. They were perfectly fine. But they all went to the gym. They all worked out through COVID.
They're still around? They're okay?
Everybody's alive.
Really?
Everybody's fine.
Wow.
So do you think about... Here's the thing. That's what I will say 5 years later. And you played that great montage, Dan Borowski. And that is, think about who had the wisdom and just the fortitude to follow their instincts rather than be a follower and to be a sheep, if you will. And so then you think about, well, who lied to us and why, and you heard the media right there in lockstep, complicit. But the question is why? Why were they motivated to lie to all of us? Mayor Jim Kenney was the mayor. Governor Wolf was the governor. They were shutting down parks. Do you remember this? I mean, let's just take you back, get in the DeLorean. We'll go back in time. Think about that. And also think about, at the time, I will give credit to Rich Zioli very early on. He was talking about Fauci. He goes, there's something about this little guy, and I don't trust him. And I was looking him up, going, oh, he seems like a nice guy. Would you believe he played basketball? He grew up in New York. And I was trying to be objective about it. For those of you who had the instinct that we were being played, kudos to you. You were right. But I think for all of us, if we look back and think about what happened, we right here, we were ground zero. We were, Beth Ann Rossica, unfortunately, is sick right now today because we would have had her on because I remember interviewing Beth way back when, and Meg Brock and all of you local parents, moms, grandparents, but especially those individuals like Beth Ann Rossica, PhD, education specialist, right, and was a Democrat at one point, and was somebody who just started saying, wait a minute, this stinks. Why are we keeping the schools shut down? Why are these mandates happening? And Meg Brock in Bucks County, moms like her saying, this is crazy. What's going on? This is lingering. This is where our kids are affected by this. and started to get that spidey, the tingling on the back of your neck. And we all started looking around going, something stinks. Something's not right. And those individuals then starting to file all of the Freedom of Information requests. And that's where, remember I mentioned Judge Wendy Beetlestone? Remember that name? And we just had her in the news again. You think about the liberal judges who just allowed this to go on and on and on. And now look at us today, fast forward 5 years later. We want to hear from you. And Dan and I just were talking about this. Your memory of 5 years ago this week, what you thought at the time, and be honest, what you thought at the time. Did you think it was crazy to question it? Or did you early on have this inkling, this is very bad. We are going down a path that is going to harm us, is going to harm our health, our mental health, our kids. We want to hear from you. 855-839-1210. I wish I had the text at the time, because early on I had texted in our little group text, and we were on the air. We were on Mornings with Zioli at the time, and I texted that this reminded me of one of those Scooby-Doo episodes where because of what Zioli was saying about Fauci in particular, and I texted the guys and I said, this is like one of those Scooby-Doo episodes where they say, hey, let's pull off the mask of the big monster. Oh, look, it's old man Dr. Fauci. Robert, it's Fauci. You know what I mean? And that was my text in our group text. And so I look at those around us who were really wise, and even my own kids who thought it was BS from the beginning. And that strikes me today as I kind of get, I don't know, I get butterflies in my stomach about this. I'll never get played again like this. I was at the, remember this? We were at the convention center. And this big National Guard guy gave me the COVID shot. We couldn't come to Odyssey World Headquarters unless we provided our COVID card proof.
Nuts.
Remember?
Yeah.
And then Jimmy Kelly was live. Jimmy was eventually went to Cooper to get one of his Pfizer. He got Pfizered. And we were all like, did you get Pfizer? Which vaccine did you get? So we want to hear from you. 855-839-1210.
Sarah says, remember when you said you should wash your groceries and clothes when you get home?
Yes.
Oh, people were leaving out their groceries. Yeah.
Outside.
In hopes that the sunlight. Oh,
and I was like, and then you couldn't get the Lysol. Remember that? We went to, and then I would be, so the stuff delivered would be outside. Then I would take the Lysol, which it was like $10 a can if you could even get it. And I'm like spraying the Lysol on the boxes outside like a fool. I mean, it really shows you what they did to us. It's crazy.
Yeah. Hey, we got a break, but I do have some great audio coming up. Zohran Kwame Mamdani, he's running for mayor of New York City. He spoke with two people, Peter and Daniel Arbini, whose father was lost during the nursing home situation.
We can't use that word lost. Yes, should not have died.
So we'll have some audio from them coming up, and we got a ton of callers to get to as well, Dawn.
Thanks for being here. Dawn Stensland, love you. I'm glad we survived, but as survivors now, we have to make sure that this never can happen again. Be right back.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, a live call-in show airing every Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on WPHT. What would you do to protect yourself this cold and flu season? Well, medical hydration therapy at Innovative Medical Associates could help to boost your immune system. That's because vitamin C and other key nutrients are delivered intravenously right to your cells. Medical hydration therapy may even lessen symptoms should you become ill with a virus or suffer with long COVID or post-COVID conditions. Dr. Molly Fantasia at Innovative Medical Associates prescribes a personalized treatment plan for every patient.
We are a medical facility. We treat our IV protocols or our hydration protocols as a medical modality.
Learn more about the benefits of medical hydration therapy at innovativemedicalassociates.com. And be sure to join Dr. Molly and me on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Jim Cipriotti family at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriani, NPN number 2083768.
All right, everybody, it's here. The March to Spring Training and Opening Day is officially upon us. Hey, I'm Rob Bradford from Baseball Isn't Boring, and we'll have you covered every single day with instant reactions to late-breaking signings, determining which players are, yes, truly in the best shape of their lives, and behind-the-scenes story from all the excitement and intrigue that spring training brings. Follow Baseball Isn't Boring in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Homeowners, improve your family's comfort with a Bradford White water heater and enjoy all the hot water your household needs. All day, every day. With Bradford White, you get more than just a water heater. You get our commitment to quality and reliability that you can trust. How you heat your water matters, so don't compromise when it comes to your home or your hot water. Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best because your home deserves it. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more and find an installation pro near you.
Warning, if you're thinking about surgery to fix your chronic joint pain, stop, because surgery can be risky, painful, and come with a lengthy recovery time. But there is an alternative, a groundbreaking therapy that revitalizes damaged tissue with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. QC Kinetics has successfully treated tens of thousands of patients, freeing them from pain in their knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints. Before you resort to invasive surgery, find out if you're a candidate for this advanced regenerative therapy by calling 267-813-1311. Don't let chronic pain dictate your life any longer, and don't risk surgery. Learn more about the joint pain therapy endorsed by professional athletes and available now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. To find out if you're eligible, request a free consultation from QC Kinetics. You owe it to yourself to learn more about this surgery-free alternative with no drugs and no downtime. Call QC Kinetics today by calling 267-813-1311. 267-813-1311.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
From North Wales to Willingboro, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
There's no time to make your mind up. Just to realize this is fake. What's it gonna take?
And remember, wasn't that Van Morrison released that whole album? I love a brown-eyed girl. I love Van Morrison, and that made me love him even more because, remember, he released that in the fall of 2020. No more lockdown. God bless you, Van Morrison. 855-839-1210. This is not a celebration, but a commemoration of 5 years later. What have we learned? What will we make sure never happens again? And for those of us who got played, or at what point were your eyes opened? I've said that for my sons, and my youngest son especially, that's what's kind of amazing to me. The younger generation, the kids who were then 12, 13-year-olds, who, by the way, just voted for Trump. You know what I mean? They just voted for the first time. And I wonder if that's part of the Trump effect. Like, people gives the fact that he went on different platforms. But I also wonder if it was the fact that a lot of these young males who were 12 and 13 who saw that we got played voted for Trump the first chance they could vote. I wonder that. 855-839-1210. First time caller. Welcome in. Dot. Hey, Dot.
Yes, hello. I just wanted to mention that during that time, my daughter needed to go to a heart doctor appointment inside a hospital. The hospital was insisting on wearing the mask. Her heart doctor had already told her that she should not be wearing a mask. So she couldn't go to the heart doctor for a couple of years until she found one that was an office outside the hospital. She told me recently that hospital in Center City is still insisting on masks.
Really? That is...
Yes.
And so is she okay?
She's okay, praise God.
Yeah.
But she was not able to see her heart doctor for a couple of years, or I'm not sure how long, a year or so, because she could not go into that hospital because they insist on masks, and she was told she should not be wearing a mask.
Can you believe it? Well, I'm glad she's okay today. I'm glad for so many of us we're okay. But so many unnecessary illnesses and deaths. And Dot, thank you so much, first-time caller. Appreciate you. Want to get to Big Al. As we go to Big Al, I'll say this, how much we learned about this as far as COVID and the lessons learned. And think about the media being complicit as well. So just a few other, issues that I want to bring forth. Hey, Big Al, how are you?
Hey, Dawn, how you doing? Yeah, I had COVID at the beginning, and I have extensive heart disease, and I had surgery and all. But a couple years ago, I had COVID, and I believed in the natural immunity, where once you've had it, you build up antibodies and things like that. So my actual cardiologist for a couple years was saying, "I bet you got to get vaccinated. You got to get vaccinated." And finally, I said to him, "I got three questions. One, does it stop you from getting it?" He says, "No." I says, "Two, does it stop you from spreading it?" He says, "No." At the time, the Omicron was the big one. I says, "Does it have any effect on the Omicron?" He says, "No." So I said, "You tell me why I should take it. When they come up with something that works, maybe I will." And then, God bless people that want to wear masks. I have no problem with that at all. But I was recently going to cardiac rehab at a hospital, and as I went in, the lady at the desk says, "Here, grab a mask. You got to wear one." I said, "I don't wear masks." And she was calling for the police, and I went upstairs, and here's my thought about the masks. Okay, all these people that are so vaccinated, and all these people that are wearing masks, why are they so worried about people like me that don't wear masks? Because they're already protected.
Yep.
Right. So now you got to wonder, okay, are you really protected now? Does this? That's what I mean. I appreciate your concern for me, but you shouldn't be worried about me not wearing a mask because, like I said, you're wearing a mask, you're protected. You're all vaxxed up and you're protected. What upsets me is forcing our young kids to get these shots that is really experimental, and they don't know what the long-term effects were. And I know one of the long-term effects that they denied for a while was myocarditis.
Yep.
They were having so many young men with myocarditis, and that guy Anthony Fauci should be in jail. He made up that 6-foot rule.
Yep.
Follow the science. It was all a joke and all a scam, and he's a multimillionaire because of this now.
Yeah, you're exactly right, and first of all, we had missed you, and we knew we were praying for you when you had your heart surgery, and your heart procedure. So I'm so glad to hear from you, Al. Thank you so much. Great insights.
God bless you, Dawn. Appreciate you.
God bless you too. We'll keep praying for you. By the way, it was March 11th in Philadelphia, declaration of extraordinary circumstance, and then the next day, March 12th. Remember this in Philadelphia, 5 years ago, the order prohibiting the mass gatherings. That was 5 years ago exactly today that I was reporting it here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Order prohibiting mass gatherings. And so we'll continue to follow this. Can we take one more call real quick?
Yeah, let's go to Martin, who I think has a little different take on the whole situation.
Hey, Martin.
Hey, how are you today?
Good.
Good. What I wanted to say is I really would tell you to look at the New England Medical Journal, where they published the Clear Research Institute in Israel, the Harvard Medical School, talking about things like simply, did the masks work? Yes, they did. Did the vaccines work to save millions? Yes, they did. Did the lockdowns in the spring and summer work to save millions? Yes, they did. To push forward that COVID was a big nothing burger when we lost 1 million people. Personally, I lost 5 healthy people that I know, doctors included. Were shut down. So all these things, we have to temper it. The real argument, and the only argument actually, is did it go on too long?
Yes.
Yes, it did go on too long because the two graphs converged where the vaccine started losing effectiveness and the COVID started losing its lethality, even though it became more transmissible. So when those two graphs converged, there was a point in history we'll be able to look at when we could say that's where it should have stopped. Yep. So it did go on too long. But the argument that these things did not save lives is ridiculous and not in any medical studies. Go to the New England Journal, look at those things, and you'll see that this government was struggling. And I think they were wrong in many ways, and I don't like Fauci, and I am a conservative, full disclosure. But I will say that many of the things they did were incredibly effective. Trump did them, if you recall. Yep. And it saved millions of lives. Millions.
Martin, I really appreciate your call because what you just said, you absolutely encapsulated where I was going. If you noted, Martin, thank you. First of all, thank you. Second of all, I'm so sorry for your loss. But you exactly took me where I wanted to go, and that is Operation Warp Speed. Because with the pandemic, and if you notice where I started, what did I start with? Dr. Rachel Levine, the nursing homes and the nursing home deaths. And Dan also, we talked about not just here in Pennsylvania, but in places like New York. And Martin's exactly right. Here's the weird twist that we have to take. That although we can say Operation Warp Speed, the reason even Trump at some point, I wish I had saved this audio, at some point on the campaign trail, President Trump talked about this when he was on the campaign trail just within the past year. He said he can't really talk about Operation Warp Speed, which was incredible. Martin's right. So everything that happened, if you remember this, we did have the vaccine where we'd never seen that, where they said, hey, Operation Warp Speed, the first of its kind, where the government, it was an initiative, public-private partnership to motivate and accelerate the development, the manufacturing, the distribution of the COVID-19 vaccines, the therapeutics, the diagnostics. Remember this? And so it was life-saving. I got Pfizer, so many of us got vaccines. But did we need to do the overreach? Did we need to? And remember, then Trump was getting criticized when he started saying, remember this, before Easter of the following year, and he said, hey, we're going to start opening things up. That's when they started to turn on him. Remember? So we've got to remember the whole picture. But as well, why is it that Trump can't take big credit for Operation Warp Speed? Because conservatives just think it's all bad. America thinks, maybe a lot of Americans think it's all bad. It's not. And that's the important piece of this. We've got to remember the good, the bad, the ugly, and tell the truth, but as well, hold everybody accountable. 855-839-1210. We'll be right back. The extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City, combining luxury with performance across the full line of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find that luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Just schedule a test drive behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz, or shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. Just go to PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Don't keep putting it off. Ignoring home repairs won't make them go away. If it's drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, or that dreaded leaking roof, PJ Fitzpatrick can take care of your home repair project right now and save you thousands of dollars before it turns into costly structural damage. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. They'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Are you feeling lucky? Well, you should be, because at United Tire and Service, you get to pick your own pot of gold. Buy 4 new tires and choose your treasure. A free oil change, a free alignment, or the best road hazard coverage on the house. And you still get all manufacturer rebates and United Tire's loyalty rewards. But don't push your luck. This deal disappears April 7th. No need to chase rainbows for really great deals. Visit UnitedTire.com to find the location nearest you. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A South Jersey restaurant owner detained by ICE agents could be released on bond as soon as today. The popular Cedar House Cafe nestled inside Fairmount Park is temporarily closing. And TSA at Newark Airport had to stop a man at security who was hiding a live turtle in his pants.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling and the Larry Steinhaus Show. Hey, I want to tell you that our show will be airing this Saturday at 10 o'clock, not our normal time. We'll see you Saturday morning at 10 o'clock.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Talk Radio 1210's 8th Annual Radiothon, benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation, presented by Edelman's Coins. It's Friday, March 21st. Listen from 6 a.m. till 7 p.m. for special guests, surprises, and fun, and help the Travis Manion Foundation empower veterans and families of the fallen, and unite the community through service. Listen all day Friday, March 21st on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Thanks to our sponsors, Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, Emmons Roofing Windows and Solar, online at emmonsroofing.com, Bucks County Estate Traders, the finest collection of high-end and vintage furniture. Visit their huge showroom in Hatfield. Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Fox News senior meteorologist Janice Dean lost both of her in-laws to the virus last year while they were in separate elder care facilities in New York City. And it has been an emotional journey, Janice. We are on it with you, and now it is one filled with some damning facts.
I don't really know what to say. When I saw the report and I knew that it was coming probably an hour before it was released, I called my husband and I called my sister-in-law and I said that maybe the angels won maybe the angels will have their day in court, and maybe this governor will be held accountable, Harris. I didn't want to be in this position. I'm not a political person, but my family was affected, and I wasn't seeing the coverage. I wasn't seeing the questions being asked of this governor. He continued to pass the blame on everyone else and everything else. And he still, to this day, will not accept any responsibility. And there were lawsuits, and there were journalists that wanted to do good and get those numbers for all of the families that deserved them. And finally, today, there is a ray of light. There is sunshine in darkness. And I thank this Attorney General. I know that there have been thousands of families that have written letters and have wanted to have answers. And I'm so grateful on behalf of all of them for giving me love and support, because this is never a role I thought I would ever be in, Harris, but I'm so grateful today that justice might be served.
How many people lost loved ones, grandparents, in-laws, Janice Dean, and that just, it feels like yesterday, but the governor she was referring to at the time, Cuomo, who's now running for mayor in New York, recently released that long promotional video where he said something like, have I made mistakes? And he sort of, tries to downsize it. I will tell you that in May of 2023, the Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Pandemic, they held a hearing. You know what the title of the hearing was? Like Fire Through Dry Grass. Nursing home mortality and COVID-19 policies, to gather facts about pandemic-era nursing home policy decisions. That was the name of the Select Committee, Like Fire Through Dry Grass. And they focused specifically on our region in Pennsylvania, as well as New Jersey, and as well as New York. Now, I just want to ask you a question. What those three states at that time, and still, have in common? New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. And our buddy Democrat governors and leadership. But they are blamed. They have personally been blamed, especially by the committee, the Select Subcommittee in the House of Representatives, that many blame led to those deaths of tens of thousands of Americans, like the in-laws of Janice Dean. And so the Select Subcommittee members from all the affected states, but especially ours in our region right here, talking about these policies and these decisions, these mandates. And that's to Martin just a moment ago, just said it so eloquently. It was, not the initial response, which certainly may have been necessary to say, to first of all, educate the public and just give people the facts, right? Don't go around ordering people, lying to people, saying, well, you should have like Fauci, you should have to have a cloth mask. First he admitted that first he says you have to have the mask, then admitted the cloth masks don't even work at all. So when Martin says the masks work, well, the proper mask, properly worn, does work. But when they later on ordered little kids, like remember Zioli talking about this with his little daughter Claire at the time.
Yeah.
Remember this?
Uh-huh.
And you have to wear a cloth mask. The kids, I remember my one son, that mask would look so nasty. And I'd put it, and he'd have it like shoved in his pocket and there was like snot all over it. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah.
And then they'd wear it like halfway in their mouth.
We actually have audio of that, Dawn, when Zelia was trying to, and even Mama was there.
Oh, be careful, baby.
Oh,
yeah.
Not happy.
Yeah, but it's ridiculous. And remember, they're all chin diapers. They turned into chin diapers.
Yes.
They weren't using N95 type masks. And
or properly, right.
And then the social distancing rules kept changing, and we're always, they didn't know what they were doing. It's nuts. Hey, Frank in Northeast Philly wants to add on to the conversation about the nursing home situation.
Hey, Frank.
Hi, Dawn. Hi, Dan. Yeah, Dawn, if everyone remembers back during the peak when people were dying left and right, hospitals were overrun, no place to put them, Donald Trump sent up naval ships converting the hospitals with plenty of ventilators, but Cuomo and de Blasio, was the mayor, I think, back then, refused to use them. They were just sitting there.
Remember that?
Yeah, remember that? And Trump's Hitler, a dictator and a king.
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad I forgot. So that's why Dan and I just thought we had a little meeting earlier. We said, you know what? Let's just try. And we thought we kind of group source this because it brings you back, and it's important. It's really important. At least once a year, we get together and think about this, just to not forget what they did to us. Not initially, as Martin aptly pointed out. You're so right. Thank you, Frank. Appreciate it. I know the phone's lit up. You all want to talk about it. Tell me where you want to go, Dan. You want to go to Sal?
We actually have to take a break.
We do. I'm sorry.
I apologize.
And we'll get to the number. The numbers are just horrible with the nursing home deaths and how we supersize that. But that just struck me looking back at the House Oversight Committee, what they entitled, like fire through dry grass, and the policies did that. They put that together and ordered it, and then people like Dr. Rachel Levine and Val Arkush in Montgomery County, what happened to them? They got promotions. They got more money, more fame, and they shouldn't. We need to say, in Cuomo and these governors, shame. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
Do you think that banking is boring? At PNC, we know that meeting the banking needs of the community is anything but boring. That's why PNC Bank geared up this year and introduced the mobile branch across the region to bring banking services to underserved neighborhoods. And long before that, PNC Community Development Banking was leading the way in investing in the economic health of our neighborhoods. To see the brilliant results that boring banking can deliver for you, stop into any PNC branch right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
At Scott Auto Group, you're welcomed as their guest. Whether shopping for a new car or need vehicle service, Scott Auto Group makes it easy. You'll feel the difference. That's the meaning behind their sailboat logo. Your experience is always smooth sailing. Visit Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, Scott Kia in Springfield, and the new Scott Kia of Limerick. Scott has fantastic used cars too at Scott Select Dealership and collision repair at Scott Collision. You'll be seeing a lot more sailboats on the road. Visit ScottAutogroup.com.
After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Happy birthday to us. 2 surprises for you. 2 surprises from NordVPN. 2 surprises for you.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN. We have a special birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. NordVPN is rated as excellent on PC Mag. Visit NordVPN.com and discover one of the most advanced VPNs in the world. What are the benefits? Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Receive alerts if your email address leaks to the dark web. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro tool. Encrypt your online traffic and browse with more peace of mind. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Hey, it's big! Rob Schmidt recently beat CNN in key ratings, as millions are tuning into Newsmax. Every night, Rob Schmidt is on Newsmax revealing the truth about Elon Musk's Doge. Tune in tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern and find out why Rob is the hottest person in cable news. Even President Trump is watching, and he says Newsmax is terrific. Reuters Institute reports that Newsmax is now one of the top news brands in America. Find out why. Just check out Newsmax on your cable system. Get Rob Schmidt with Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and much more. Download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone or home TV to start watching. It takes just seconds. With Newsmax Plus, You can watch our great shows anytime. Go to NewsMaxPlus.com and start your free trial. That's NewsMaxPlus.com. Make the switch to Newsmax today.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Yes, it's important to remember that even the select subcommittee on the coronavirus pandemic, which its chairman, has been a Democrat, blamed the policies of governors of states. Talking about Cuomo, Murphy, and at the time, Governor Tom Wolf. Remember, at the end of the day, we voted here in Pennsylvania to restrict and pull back on some of the executive powers of the governor because of what Tom Wolf did. 855-839-1210. Hey, Sal.
Hey, Dawn. How are you doing? Oh, hello?
Hey, Sal.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm good.
Hello? Okay, good. Dawn, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I'm good.
Okay, good. So, Dawn, I want to talk a little bit about facts versus non-facts. As an engineer, I'm strictly fact-based, and I've probably done a deeper dive into this subject than anything in the last 15 years. And a lot of people have asked me, what did I think? So first, as a former scientist, science is the proving or the refuting of a theory, okay? And if you prove it enough times and it's corroborated, then it becomes a fact. So when somebody asked me, well, what did I think about this? And I wasn't buying this like in December or January. I first started asking myself, why are non-doctors like the Bill Gateses of the world getting more airtime than thousands of doctors who are going out and saying, hey, look, this is another respiratory virus like the flu? But then looking even deeper, it's like if you take the look of, follow the money trail, it's like, you're looking at Pfizer, who wasn't making money for a couple of previous years, and all of a sudden when you start making vaccines that are unproven but can't be held accountable for, deaths and things like that, it's like it makes you wonder a little bit more. But, you could take, and then, there are people, conspiracy theory people that are thinking, we want eugenics, we want to reduce the population. But the bottom line is, when you look at the facts, flu reports went down to 0 and COVID reports went back up. And a very dear friend of ours whose only job in the military was to keep the troops ready, this for decades, with respect to a biological standpoint, said, Sal, this is nothing more than another flu. And this guy is a senior citizen epidemiologist, virologist, who was unvaccinated. He said, all they're doing is re-reporting the flu as something else for the sake of whatever reasons you want, control, money, or the likes. And I just found it appalling. So I'm unvaccinated, unmasked, and I got into conversations after conversations with the intent of trying to educate people. And basically any place that was open, we would patronize them and literally say, hey, look, if you came to our table with a mask, if you drop your mask, I'll give you $5 just so I can see your face since you're serving me food. And that started a conversation that went, well beyond, a lot of these things you hear on the radio. But crazy, absolutely insane. And I think, the Faucis of the world really are criminals, absolutely criminals for following the science, which is nonsense.
Yeah, I appreciate you, and thank you for that. I would say first and foremost, it could be called a flu. I mean, we kind of call it that now. But I would say when it first came to this country, because it was a new strain, a really tough strain, it was a really, really bad strain of the flu. Okay, you could say that. I remember back during the Obama administration, just to give you an example, and the so-called swine flu that they called H1N1, because people were like, swine flu, that sounds horrible. And I remember getting that, and my kids were little, and I was still a news anchor at Fox. I remember getting it, and I was sick as a dog. I've never been sicker. And I said to my husband, I said, I don't want you or the kids to get this. I went down in the basement guest bedroom. I thought I was going to die. And I've never, I'm somebody, everybody jokes about the fact I don't get sick. Since I was a kid, my brother got sick. I never got sick. I'm knock wood, I was really blessed. But at the time, I remember my doctor's office saying, don't even come in. It's the swine. I tell you right now, it's the swine flu. And go down, just get yourself away from your kids and your husband and go down there, drink lots of water for 2 days, and you'll get over it. That was my doctor. because they knew me. They knew I was healthy. They knew I was tough. My point to you is we've had really bad strains of things in the past. I will always believe, I don't have the evidence, the proof fully, but I will always believe that in part they utilize something that, and this is the despicable part, to politicize it because they didn't like Trump. I'm just going to say it.
I'm sure of that, and I'm sure of that. And what I can tell you one thing, if you like to go by the numbers, and I appreciate what you're saying that some are, more, I don't want to say more lethal, but more disruptive to our lives than others in the sense of symptoms and so forth. But if you look at a typical, I'll call it flu virus for the year, meaning by the numbers, and you have ones that are more mild and ones that are more severe. In a given year, they'll report something along the lines of 50 to 60 million cases of the flu, and on a good year, that will reduce, good year, it's shameful to say good year, that would result in 25,000 people of dying, and on a bad year, if you go on the average of 50. I don't know if you caught, and then Dr. Birx, I think, was even worse than Fauci and certain things because she'd go on TV and kind of make us all feel good. But I don't know if you remember, it was in April. She said, well, we're not recording people that died of COVID but died with COVID. And I don't know if you caught, it was years later, I want to say about 2 years ago, the CDC very quietly said that those 1 million deaths that were recorded as of COVID were with COVID, and they felt that it was only about 6% of that 1 million or 60,000 over a 2-year period that died because of COVID. And then, so if you contrast that against the backdrop of flu, people die of flu between 25 and 75,000. Well, you could argue that it might have been somewhat milder, but amplified because it really went after the immunocompromised in the respiratory areas with the nursing homes. And I literally know several people who lost people in nursing homes, and it's just horrible and criminal how they politicized it to go anti-Trump and pro whatever their agendas would be. Shameful.
Yeah, and you're exactly right. Really appreciate you calling. I think part of this is, and by the way, the final report on the coronavirus pandemic, and I had mentioned it briefly, but the final report just came out this past December. I don't know if you guys really realize that, but it's, what's the total? It's like 200 plus pages, but talking about the World Health Organization, and its in part was misleading, in part was parroting certain pieces of propaganda. So really evaluating each piece of this. And if you think about it, it's like this perfect, imperfect storm. But remember the cruise ships? Do you guys remember this? The cruise ships that were stuck because they had people with coronavirus. And there was one especially, I think it was off the coast of California. Nobody wanted to let them dock. And then it came out, there was a documentary on this, where they said everything that you needed to know, you had it right there in that perfect petri dish in the cruise ships that went to the West Coast. And if we had taken that information that our government had, and they had just said, hey, you know what we learned from this? Young people are going to be fine. Children are going to be fine. You know who's really vulnerable? People with comorbidities, meaning especially for some reason, people who were more than 35 pounds, especially more than 50 pounds overweight. That's a big one. Also, the elderly. And they knew all of this thanks to, in part, those cruise ships. So they had all that information. And so that's the piece of it, that when you have something like this, if only they had looked to the science, like you're saying, look to the information, the data, and then remember this. I'm just going to say this final thing. Well, you know what? I'm going to stop myself. There's so much more. 855-839-1210.
Hey, Dawn.
Yes.
Coming up after the break, we have a caller by the name of Amy who says she was the OG Trumpaholic. Maybe she's challenging
We'll get
you,
to
Dawn.
Amy. I think you are the original. All right. We have so much. We're just getting started. Be right back. Keeping your home warm, efficient, and safe in winter is paramount. That's why I'm a customer of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. They get my home winter ready. A third-generation owned and veteran-founded company. Get your furnace checked for winter. If they feel your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high-efficiency Train furnace. It's hard to stop a train. Contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Marvin E. Cans, KANZE.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Wow, did I just miss that, Dawn?
Amy.
Yeah, wow. I really messed that one up. I'm sorry. completely missed the point there.
I know, but
there you go.
Here we go. Ready? Everybody sing. Amy, what you want to do? I think I could stay. Come on. For a while.
She's singing it too. I love it.
I do. Amy, my fellow and my original Trumpaholic. Love you, Amy. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Dawn. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Thank you for the song. I love it. I heard you quoted me a couple times.
I did.
My Trumpaholic. Yeah, my husband heard you say so.
I love it. No, I tell everybody, I'm like, Amy had the best idea. Trumpaholic. I'm like, yeah, this is a calorie-free, very healthy, very maha kind of a holic, the Trumpaholic, and Amy invented it. Love you. I'm in your club.
Yeah, I was like, we could get together. I was thinking about the shirt I would make.
Amy
a little bit of animated. Yeah, the whole thing. So anyway, I thought I would call again. I'm glad that you talked about how they found the people on the ship that 35 pounds overweight, certain people that were in the bracket that would have maybe a hard time with, COVID. I've been in healthcare for 30 years, and I'm a little chubbalicious. So, I probably got a little more than 35 pounds to lose. So at the time, we were offered, they weren't starting to threaten us yet, but it was like, hey, you might want to get the shot because, it might be come into play of your job being on the line. So a friend of mine's a pharmacist. We kind of prayed about it. We figured, I wasn't the first one lining up. I was watching other people to see if they grew an extra thumb or something,
Mm-hmm.
And so it was like, I talked to my friend, the pharmacist. We thought about it for a while, and it was just like, for my sake, I've been in healthcare. I've seen people on ventilators, and I thought, wisdom with the information we had at the time. I wasn't the first to line up, but I was like, you know what? I really don't want to end up on a ventilator. I don't know what's wrong with me because I don't really go for healthcare. I tease and say I'd rather go to Jesus than let people touch me that way. I just would rather just be on my own and not trust the healthcare system, even though it helped pay for college, So my kids' college. So I went and got it, but I only got the first and the second shot. And then after that, it was like, then I started to watch the scene. COVID was real, like you had said earlier. It was real, but then it started to be used against us.
Yep.
I know area hospitals that they really ran out of body bags. But then on the other flip side, I saw than, people in the nursing homes or the things that happen with it or how they abuse it in the school system. So it was like, it was really something that we didn't know right away, but later you could see they were using it against us.
Yeah.
And then on the flip side, at the very end, the long haul people, the people that were duped, the elderly people who then, my own father died of Lewy body dementia because then he became a keep getting the shot kind of person, and I think that it did bring out the ailments that maybe were living dormant and then roused higher. So I know a lot of people, and I'm still in healthcare, so I see them coming in, and the long haulers and the people that got this shot, or that are still suffering. So I just thought I'd call and share. And then I have one other silly tip. One of the area, let's say a government area health place, I won't name them, but they should have known better. My husband's a public servant, and every day in order to enter a building, he had to go in and get his temperature, right? So the day he came home and told me that, he stood in line and he watched a person stick a thermometer in the mouth, one person, the next person, the next person. And I said to him, did they happen to clean that? They happened to be out of the head thermometer that day. And he said he didn't recall. He's not verbal like me, so he let them shove that thing in his mouth.
Wow.
So, of course, I had to have a phone call with them the next day, and the lady on the phone verified that they were letting the secretary do it, and absolutely for sure she was shoving the same thermometer in everybody's mouth in line. So.
That is crazy. I love it. Well, Amy, we love you. And we have to have some fun Amy-aholic, Trumpaholic T-shirts. We could have a lot of fun with this. Thank you, Amy.
Yeah, I thought we could too. Thank you so much. It was really great talking to you guys. Have a great day.
These are great. You too. Yeah. Amy, what you gonna do? She's gonna wipe down that thermometer with some alcohol. But I'm looking at this final report, to the point of talking about how the Operation Warp Speed, they did. And it was, remember, basically the RNA technology that has roots and was invented basically right here in Philadelphia. But, it's a little over 500 pages, that final report that just came out within the last few months. And one of them was, if you remember, we played at the time, Dr. David Morin's remember he was right under Fauci, but then Fauci's like, I don't really know him, but he absolutely did. And the title in this one says Dr. David Morin's likely destroyed evidence, used his personal email to hide from accountability and acted unbecoming of a federal employee. Remember that guy? Remember all those guys under Fauci? And that one was Jim Jordan, just grilled him at the time. And the guy was just clearly lying through his teeth. But they were instructing each other, and this was all under Fauci, use your personal email. And so they had little code words. And then you ask yourself, why would they do that?
I don't have Jim Jordan, but I have Wenstrup talking to David Morenz, talking about this email, backdoor email that they were using. You want to hear that?
Yeah.
On April 21, 2021, you wrote, I can either send stuff to Tony, Fauci, on his private email, or hand it to him at work or at his house. Did you ever send information related to COVID-19 to Dr. Fauci's personal email?
I don't remember if I did. I may have, but I certainly told him some things that he asked me to tell him about the situation with Peter.
Thank you. On May 13th, 2021, you wrote that...
Wait, can I just interrupt real quick? Peter, I believe that he's referring to, remember, I have to take you back a little bit, EcoHealth Alliance. Remember that? And I believe it's Dr. Peter Daszak. And he's now accused of obstructing the select subcommittee of the House, their investigation, which, by the way, is bipartisan, but at the time when it began at some point it was majority, it was more Democrats than Republicans, just pointing that out. But he is accused in black and white, in writing. He's the EcoHealth Alliance guy. He's accused of misleading the public. Keep going.
On May 13th, 2021, you wrote that you connected a reporter to Dr. Fauci via your secret back channel. What back channel did you have for Dr. Fauci?
Well, all these terms like secret back channel and the other one you mentioned were just jokes.
just jokes
that I've made in dealing with Peter, because he was under death threats and was very depressed. And it was sort of the group of people who were Peter's friends were trying to cheer him up by making snarky jokes and euphemisms that were, not true. But there was no back channel. The back channel to Tony was the same one that it applies to everybody. But the back channel was a regular channel within government where if somebody wanted to talk to Tony, I would tell them, we have a regular process here. It's called ODAM, Office of Director AM Group, the inner circle. And the request to do something, it would be to talk to Tony or to give a talk or whatever, would go to this group. And they would meet in person with Tony every morning and say, we got a message that so-and-so.
Mm-hmm. So I just want to tie this all together, because if you picture kind of a web of lies, and remember EcoHealth Alliance, what is it? Do you remember this? NGO. And now fast forward all this time, just think about it. What is the Trump administration doing? Defund the NGOs. Even though Trump himself recently said, hey, a lot of these NGOs and the concept may have been a good one, and maybe we'll have to recreate some of these and refund them and do it right, do it properly. But this is what they're trying to dismantle. So they're trying to get rid of this web, because there's so many tentacles to this thing. And in part, remember the role of the EcoHealth Alliance, all the lies, everything that occurred that we're talking about was in part thanks to EcoHealth Alliance, which was funded big time by Democrats. And that's what they're fighting against. They're saying, oh, no, they do a lot of good. Just keep this all in mind as we weave all of this together, for sure.
What was Dr. Fauci doing?
He
was trying to cover his backside, and everybody knows it. And that's a part that ticks us off, because this is the highest paid guy in our government getting all kinds of money to tell us things that were not accurate. Because we now know U.S. tax dollars went to a lab in China, a lab that was not up to code, a lab that was doing gain-of-function research, and that's where this thing most definitely came from. And Dr. Fauci had to prove, no, he can't have that news getting out. And that's why he did what he did, to the exclusion of a brilliant guy running our CDC, kept him out of the loop. Keeping him out of the loop probably potentially could have harmed America. That's the thing that ticks us all off. And that's why, Mr. Chairman, this hearing is so darn important, and we get to the bottom of really what happened.
It is so important. And it's important that we remember this and that we brush up on this. And by the way, just like to I'll get to Len in just a second, right? But 855-839-1210. But just remember, within the past, very recently, I'll say maybe 8 weeks ago, during this administration, we see now the ban on EcoHealth Alliance, their ex-president, from the federal funding for the next 5 years after all of those Wuhan virus experiments, after everything that's happening. And so now they're being defunded. That's a good thing. Let's get to Len real quick. Hey, Len.
Hi, how are you today?
Good. Thanks for calling.
I'd like to tell a joke, too. When my workers used to look into the camera every day and tell us that the border was secured, I kind of got off on that on a daily basis. But if you really think about some things, everything the Democrats accuse the Republicans of doing, they actually have done themselves. Now the big thing is, Elon Musk gave $200 million to Trump's campaign. I believe Kamala got him $1 billion and still lost. Where nobody's complaining about that, are they?
No, you never. It's bias by omission, what you hear being reported. And by the way, to your point, Len, I have no problem. I think it's a good thing that all of that must be transparent, and we should look at Elon Musk or any donor, no matter who they are, past, present, future, right? So that's a good thing. That's all transparent.
Yeah, well, one thing that really grabs me too, everybody says, well, everybody's into something and it's all about the money. This guy doesn't need my money. He's not looking up my social so he could go open up a credit card for $5,000 limit or something like that. This guy doesn't need your money. You know what I mean? He's doing this as a favor to help the American people. And you would think that us are always bitching about corruption. At least I live in New Jersey. You want to talk about corruption?
Yeah.
If somebody would come forward and doge this damn state, wow. You know what I mean? I mean, you could look right down there in Paulsboro, New Jersey. You got a port where they assembled all these windmills, and guess what? Now we're tearing them down.
Yeah.
Boy, that sounds like tax dollars going right out the wind.
Yeah, it's a sin. It really is. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Len. By the way, just to give you a little another factoid, and then 855-839-1210. I'll take one more call. But Department of Health and Human Services, they barred that EcoHealth Alliance, and their former president, Peter, who you heard them talking about, Peter Daszak, can never get federal funding for the next 5 years. So this is why every 5 years. So on the 10th anniversary, we got to remember this. What's EcoHealth doing? What's Peter doing? But they can't. They're banned for 5 years, right? And so they failed to report potentially dangerous gain-of-function research experiments to our government. That has been proved. That's out there. And by the way, this ban that I looked up here happened 2 days. Happened on the 18th of January, right before President Trump was sworn in. Isn't that curious? But you see, it was the House Oversight Committee's select subcommittee on the coronavirus pandemic, headed by, I believe that's Comer, right? They had been investigating the novel, the bat virus research that EcoHealth Alliance, an NGO, and Peter Daszak conducted out of China's Wuhan Institute of Virology, leading up to the COVID-19 outbreak. So we're just trying to bring this full circle here, but also moving forward, because he's banned 5 years. I want everybody, remember this, 5 years from now, we got to remember this, because they can never come back again, or at least play us again, if we remain vigilant, if we remain well-educated. Who am I going to next, Dan?
We got a rhyme.
You.
Uh-oh. Hey, Ed.
You too. Oh, I'm gonna be fine.
Hey, Ed.
All he's gonna do is lime and fertilize the lawn now.
Uh-oh,
Ed.
Natural Lawn of America.
Ed.
Is he talking? Who's he talking
Wait,
to?
so he didn't rhyme once that entire time.
I know. What happened there?
Ed, you there?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ed.
Who's
Ed.
he talking to?
Ed.
Is he talking to Zioli? He's
Ed.
reminiscing. Where is he? Is he in Jersey? Who's he talking to?
Ed.
He's talking to my friends at Natural Lawn of America.
What is he doing?
If you like Dawn, you'll love your lawn if you go to Natural Lawn of America. See, I'm not a rhymer.
Hey, Ed, you there?
You know what this is? This is like my husband, Larry Menti. He does this to all of us. We laugh about it. He does pocket calls where you think...
you think...
I think that might have been a pocket call.
You think so?
Because Ed...
Hold on, let's bump back to Ed here. Hey, Ed, you there? Ed.
See, it's a pocket call.
Yeah, you can hear the pocket swishing.
See? This might as well be my husband. It's like, hello, everything okay? We joke about it because I don't know what causes certain people to get more pocket calls than others.
Ed,
it's a
do
good
you have a rhyme
question.
about calling us from your pocket? Sometimes when I lose my locket, I call Dawn from my pocket.
I think he's talking about, the funny thing was, he was talking about Natural Lawn of America.
Yeah, fertilizing his lawn.
I'm laughing my head off. You guys crack me up.
Ed, one more try. Ed.
No, I do this with Larry. I'll make noises. They can't hear it. It's in the pocket.
Should I send him I wonder if I send him an alarm.
Hysterical.
Let's try.
Well, that's what I'll do with my husband. If he keeps pocket calling me, I'll do.
Ed.
It's a sin.
Nothing. Wow.
I know.
Wow.
Somebody, if anybody's near Ed, I don't know where he is. Where is he in Jersey? Where is he right now?
Well, he usually calls him from Delran. So.
Delran. Oh, Delran.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know. Well,
call us back, Ed.
Somebody tell Ed.
We'd like
he
to
was
hear your
on.
rhyme.
855-839-1210.
How do you rhyme with coronavirus?
Coronavirus.
Is there anything to rhyme with that? I can't think off the top of my head.
Yeah, Sharona. And remember Corona beer, and then their sales went down. Remember this?
My Corona. Yeah. Yeah.
So
we do have to break.
I know we have to break. There's a lot of Trump news, tariff news, Elon Musk news, Tesla. We'll do a test drive with Tesla. And Trump borders our Tom Homan. Where is he headed? Who's he calling out? Wow, there's a lot of news locally, too. 855-839-1210. Thanks for being here today. Be right back.
Cancer,
A scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
Landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-488-1329. That's 800-488-1329.
It's time to take action and take charge of your finances by saving more and spending with purpose. First Harvest Credit Union is here to help empower your financial goals. Open our growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield, while earning more and enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Enhance your home's curb appeal with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
Our high-quality products offer style, security, and energy efficiency.
And you can choose from a wide selection of styles and finishes from major brands like Anderson or Provia.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com. Yo, Doylestown, we know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
It's a new day, it's a new life, and I'm feeling.
Yeah, the Dawn Show. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. Man, you guys are rough. Newman, that was Dawn laughing at that. It was. So on our YouTube
John
chat,
says never should have encouraged Ed. Wow.
what was the rhyme? Was it Road Warrior?
No, it's Newman. Newman says Ed and Delran knew he had to make a call to Dawn, but got distracted by some other John.
But
Yeah.
I love it.
If you're just joining us, Ed and Delran is our resident rhymer. Every time he joins us, he does almost his entire call rhyming it together. And regrettably, as you heard before the break, it wasn't there when we went to him. Newman also writing, maybe he'll try to call it again because Ed just can't get enough of calling 1210.
Never. Road Warrior, you're not banned ever. He says, oh, sure, rhymes gets through. Never. Suze, John, thank you guys. You guys are the best. Let's get to, we'll go to Tesla and Trump news in a moment, but this is Tessa.
Tessa, not Tesla.
Tessa. Pretty name. Hey, Tessa. Tessa?
Tessa?
Is this another pocket call?
Do you want to rhyme?
Is this another pocket call? And Road Warrior's going like, wait a minute, I'm banned. You're not banned.
I'm going to guess we're not going to hear from Tessa.
All right. We tried.
Sorry,
Tessa. We
Tessa.
tried taking your calls, 855-839-1210. Sorry about that. We do have we've got Tesla news. Hannity announced last night, as well as Trump bought Kai, lucky pretty Kai. Trump is doing it. I guess he's letting Caroline Levitt take a test drive in this gorgeous Tesla.
Okay.
Yeah. But basically, they're coming out. You'll hear from Kudlow in a moment, but they're kind of. I think they're coming around supporting Elon, who has had all these death threats. The media is coming after him. He's getting, it's really nasty. So let's listen in as we're going to talk about Tesla, who's buying the Tesla. Hannity bought one. Trump bought one for Kai. Trump is not allowed when you're president. You're not.
I feel like he was really backed into a corner there.
I know, right?
Yeah. I don't know if he wanted that information revealed. But, you want Kudlow? I got it ready for you.
Sure. Defending Elon.
Well, look, Elon Musk is a great patriot.
He is.
And he's a compassionate guy, and he's brilliant, and he's a genius. So he's devoting his entire time right now to trying to save America from bankruptcy. He's got a team of 100 people. He expects to build it out to 200 people. I talked to him in my interview yesterday about this. They're in all the agencies and departments, Sean, working very, very hard. Their goal is to find $1 trillion worth of savings because of waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption, as you said in your opening. And by the way, this is not new. I mean, the GAO looked at this last year and came up with a number that there was $500 billion, but no one ever acted on it. So here's the difference. Elon's going to get $500 billion. He'll probably find much more. And Russ Vought at OMB is putting together a big rescissions package, which would essentially stop the spending on all of these areas that were abused and fraudulent and corrupt. The appropriations can be taken away with simple majorities in the House and Senate. This is what Elon Musk is doing. And as you said, I mean, they're burning his electric chargers. They fired shots into one of his dealerships. They're demonstrating around it. It's absolutely nutty, absolutely crazy stuff. But meanwhile, he's forging ahead. He told me he's going to go at least another year. He told me basically this entitlement problem, not the benefits from the big entitlements, but the fraud, like Social Security. People are 150 years old getting Social Security checks, which is insane. Or small businesses getting credits where people under 11 years old. Nobody checked this stuff before. He's checking it. It's going to translate, as I said, into rescinding this money. It's like tearing up a check. That's what's going to happen. The House and the Senate have to get on the stick and pass these rescission budget packages, and you're going to bend spending down. This is the key. Trump wants less spending. He wants lower federal workforce, and he wants to re-privatize the economy. I mean, look, Sean.
All right.
Part of this business.
Kudlow, I've never heard. Kudlow went on this rant, and because I either I stay up late or I watch it at 4 o'clock in the morning and try to review everything. He goes on this rant. I've never seen him. I mean, we don't play the Kudlow, audio too much, but I've never seen him so passionate, just go off on this whole rant. Meantime, as Doge is searching through Social Security payments, they are searching for cases of fraud. And if you're watching us live, thank you, Dan, on the YouTube chat, what you're seeing is, all of these Teslas that have been allowed to be vandalized. And, so we've seen that progressives are saying, I'm selling my Tesla. Well, you already bought it. It's on another, that's just stupidity. Anyway, I know I don't have to.
All you're doing is taking the loss yourself. Like it's.
So
go ahead. Go ahead.
Donate it to Cars for Kids and sing the song.
No,
I don't.
No.
Cars for Kids. But
don't encourage it. It's stuck in my head every time.
So, but he says the term $500 billion. So they're just trying to cut the waste, catch the fraud, and yes, they're searching through the Social Security payments. They're looking for the fraud. But what Dan has been showing is all of this, really vandalism at the level of tens of thousands of dollars. And that in part, and even people setting Teslas on fire, endangering the safety of people who work at these dealerships, by the way, it's horrible. And then it's weird how the media is covering this stuff. So we want to call that out. So that really prompted, I think, all these different people to come forth and talk about Elon Musk and what they feel about him. So I'll open it up to you, 855-839-1210. Do you feel Elon is a patriot? Do you have some questions where you're saying, what is his motive? That's okay, too, 855-839-1210. But he has taken a hit, and you might ask yourself why. And he continues on. He's a special employee. He's not running Doge. He's a data guy. He runs, under his direction, he tells the Doge team, what they need to look at. Based on what Trump tells him, I want you to look at Social Security. I want you to look at alleged fraud here, there, everywhere. And they run the data, and then they report it back to those who are going to make the decision. He has to report it back to the department head, basically. So they make the decisions. And we've told you all morning about how Linda McMahon, former SBA, and now she wants to do such a good job that she loses her job as heading up the education department federally, right? But now they laid off. So they're going to lay off, it looks like 4,000 people. They're locked out of the building. That's the latest. You know that, right?
Wow.
So they announced for well over 1,000 people that they're laying them off or firing them, or eliminating their positions, basically. But what we learn about the Department of Education, it's not huge. It's a little over 4,000 employees, and their main job has nothing to do with quality of education or anything of that nature. It's more about the money, all the loans. Well, why do you need 4,000 plus people to do that? You don't. So it's duplication. So that explains why. And Trump said this in one of his executive order type, where he was signing the executive orders. He mentioned this. He said they run the money and the loans. We already do that out of a different department. And I think he mentioned Small Business Administration, if I recall, within the last couple of weeks. It's been a whirlwind. But what he's saying is streamline that. You already have financial experts. They're already doing government loans. Put it under that umbrella. We don't need a whole huge separate department. I will say this. There were these reports that, it's so petty that Doge is canceling all of these contracts and apartment leases and that sort of thing. So at one point there was a part, and I was looking at the Doge website, because remember I told you all the buildings that they're canceling the leases here in Philadelphia and across the country. And by the way, a lot of the buildings, office buildings, empty anyway, because nobody's going in there in person. But another report, and I have not confirmed this, there was a report that an apartment lease for the Secret Service officers who've been guarding the daughter of Joe and Jill Biden, that their apartment lease had been canceled. I don't actually have that confirmed. I know the Inquirer put the story out there, but they as well are acknowledging that the Secret Service, as far as their side, they don't know about it. And in fact, they've paid for the lease through a certain time period. So perhaps they've canceled it after the lease is up. That's what I'm reading between those lines. But I know it was a headline. 855-839-1210. We have a lot to talk about still, a ton of news, tariffs, Trump, what's the latest with that? We have this court appearance that's happening with this accused individual from the Ivy League school in Columbia there, where they're saying, hey, he's on a foreign visa, basically by an invitation. They want to yank his visa and send him back to the Middle East because they say he was propelling and promoting terrorist propaganda and anti-Israel, anti-Jewish, but terrorist propaganda. That's not cool. That's not okay. They want to boot him. ACLU providing free legal service for this guy. So we'll cover that around the corner as well. Dawn Stensland here. Be right back.
A cooler air mass builds into the Delaware Valley today as the wind shifts more out of the northeast. It'll be partly sunny, high temperatures still above average near 60, cooler to the east of Philadelphia. Tonight becoming mostly cloudy with a low near 40. And for Thursday, partly sunny skies once again, a bit cooler with a high 54.
With a new administration bringing optimism back into the nation, it's more important now than ever before to become crash-proof.
Anthony Torelli, Clifton Heights, Pennsylvania. If President Trump can do what he did in his previous term as president and get the economy booming again, then that would be great for crash-proof and it would be great for my family and my future. This year, our portfolio grew by 15.7%. If I had left my funds with my previous advisor, that money would have returned about 8 to 9%, and we outperformed my previous advisor 2 to 1. That's interest credit that we're not going to lose with no fees involved. I'm glad the market's up, and I hope it continues to go up. But at some point, the market's going to come down again, and I'm guaranteed not to lose anything. We can continue on this pathway to success with crash-proof retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on March 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Does your current trophy wife want a life insurance policy 3 times the size of your previous mistakes? Relax and call Big Lou at Term Provider. Big Lou says if you're in your 50s, even a bit porky, a $1 million term life policy should only cost about $200 to $300 per month. Call Big Lou at 800-529-2856. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He likes trophies, too. For affordable life insurance, call 800-529-2856.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
We get up Sunday morning, we go grocery shopping. We're at Aldi. Thanks to Dawn Stensland for the Aldi recommendation. It's a lifesaver. It's $5.97 for a carton of eggs, and it says limit 2. And my wife says, grab eggs for the girls. What do you mean for the girls? She goes, well, I'm going to make breakfast for all of them when I get. I said, so you're going to feed the neighborhood when eggs are $5.97 a carton? My head almost exploded. $5.97. Now she wants to feed everybody. Now all of a sudden we're Old Country Buffet.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Good morning. It's Monday. I have a question for those that have voted for this administration. Did you vote for the Department of Education being taken out? Dismantled? Did you vote for that? I'm just curious. I'm sure you wanted them to change things, but dismantling a department that helps your children and helps a lot of people. Putting it with the states is not the answer, especially if the states don't have income taxes and if they're going to start taking those away too. Like, our children will hurt for this.
Our children.
They want to take away abortion. If you have a baby, you got to take care of it. They don't help you there. Then you take away education.
Who should take care of your baby? Who should take care of your baby? Did you vote for that?
I'm curious.
Do you want a stranger to take it?
What's your mastermind thought plan? And I wonder, if it's good as his, then, whatever. Have a great day.
Yeah. Who do you trust more? Who do you trust more? That disinformation crazy chick? You know what I mean? Did you vote for that? Yeah. Yep, I sure did. I am a MAGA mom, and I 100% voted for all of that, for Trump. And I have no faith in you and your crazy worship. So there it is. Boom. Did you vote for that? Yep. America did. Not just me, not just a few of us, but America. We the people, we the patriots. Yeah. We get off your high horse. You love the sound of your voice. Oh, did you vote for that? Did you?
Did you vote for that?
Did you?
Did you vote for that?
Did you? She loves the look of herself. She's looking at herself. She's all, yeah, we voted. We, the people, we voted for it. You know why? Because we're not a crazy chick. That's why. Maybe some of us are, but that's okay too. No, seriously, it's just, I love when people do this and they think that we're just a bunch of idiots, and we're not. And we care deeply about our kids and our children. Everybody loves to say, look at the way, our children. No, children, they're going to be just fine. In fact, they're going to be better off, because let us not forget that this creates a situation where we've saved money. So by the nature of it, we basically have more of the money that we've cut out the middleman or these unnecessary patronage jobs. And we can still use the money to then put to the states or the local municipalities so that the money goes into the classroom. We have more cash to invest in our children. I don't know if
Throw a punch for the children.
For the children.
Wasn't that a long-time theme on the Zeoli
Yes,
show of you guys
children.
going back and forth with Pelosi saying everything's for the children?
For the children. And they did
Throw
nothing.
a punch for the children.
Well, they punched the children. They damaged the children.
Yeah.
That's in that House committee report on, the coronavirus pandemic and all the disastrous mistakes that they did to shut us down, to ban the children. You know what they did to children here in Philadelphia? They banned the children, not just trans or LGBTQ plus. No, they banned all the children from the classroom. That's what they did, and they damaged them. And to the credit of CHOP, the Children's Hospital, remember this. Remember when the union leadership, the teachers union, and they staged angry protests against CHOP locally, because to their credit, I know I always say this, but I thought it was a big deal that CHOP locally and children's hospitals across the country said, yeah, we're full, but not with sick kids with coronavirus. These kids are suffering, and they were suffering because of these ridiculous lockdowns and shutdowns. And the biggest lockdown was to lock children out of schools, and they've suffered ever since. So suffered mental health issues, suffered because they couldn't read, couldn't learn. And we know that education, a high quality education, it's the key to solving so many of our systemic root issue. They always wanted to get to the root. Remember that? The root of the problem. And so education is that one thing that solves so many issues, crime, mental health issues, basically every issue it solves. If we have a high quality education and we, just like the old song says, teach our children well, guess what? If we teach our children well and we have a high quality education, we don't have to worry about their future or ours, because they're going to take care of us and be the future decision makers, right? So we've got that going on. Dan, where do you want to go here? I know we have a ton of audio.
Some reactions coming in now from Department of Education workers, as they are laid off and such. And MSNBC spoke to a Brittany Coleman, a civil rights attorney with the Department of Education, who had some commentary about what happened. Do you want to hear that?
Yes.
He has the impact here for students, teachers, and families all around the country.
Well, I will tell you that I think the impact is that they're going to get
the residuals of the chaos that we've been experiencing as employees. It's hard to believe that removing functions and removing the people who do those functions, such as making sure that students receive their services if they have special needs, or making sure that there is adequate documentation of the students receiving those needs, how that eliminating their function is going to help the American public. It's just unclear to me how removing Head Start or removing Title I funding through Block grants, how any of that would be actually helpful in getting to the students who need it most.
And so this is either misinformation and or disinformation, because it's not that there's, by law, for example, under the Americans for Disabilities Act, by law, they have to fund education for everybody. And that includes kids who learn differently, are differently abled, have certain different disabilities. You still have to fund it, but it's a different way of looking at this. And again, cutting out unnecessary bureaucracies that have, and that's what we learn, do nothing to, and have, where's the proof? Where's the proof that the United States Department of Education has improved the quality of our children's education? Where's the proof? And so right now, as I speak, there's some other breaking news I want to get to, but as I speak, the Trump administration, they have laid off initially 1,300 employees, federal employees within the Department of Education, and that happened overnight. And so 2,100 remain. Again, think of how small this is, a small department when you think about the federal government. And so this is the reduction in force notice that they're receiving. So these are positions that are being eliminated. And so everybody would get unemployment. But here's what I don't know. Would they have the opportunity to apply for other federal jobs? Sure. And we know that our governor here in Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, has said he'll put a priority on hiring some of these laid off or I guess technically fired, but I think they're laid off. I don't know what the qualification is, because in this, if they have a reduction in force or if they're eliminating your position, in any event, you certainly get to apply for unemployment. But we now have the question of 2,100 remaining, but I think everybody's being told it's being dismantled as I speak. The breaking news story that I wanted to mention to you, that is the hearing for this Columbia University protester and organizer. That was supposed to start within the past 15 minutes. I know there are they're called, it depends on what you want to call them. They're they're anti-Israel or pro-Hamas protesters. They call them pro-Palestinian protesters. I don't think, if you look at the journalism, it's really not the proper description to say pro-Palestinian. They're actually pro-Hamas. If you look at the propaganda that this guy was spreading, it's pro-Hamas. You're not allowed to give out written type information or in emails. You're not allowed to promote terrorist organizations. That's against the law in the United States of America. So this guy is, you wonder how these people get here. And they get into our top universities. I would love to know what kind of financial aid package this guy got. That's irksome, isn't it? That we bring in these people from all these different countries. Again, am I America first? Yep, I am. I think we have a lot of people who would love to go to some of these schools. Why didn't they get in? How come this guy who's accused of promoting violence, now is he convicted of anything? He's not convicted. But what, so the ACLU is now representing him, and this proceeding is underway in the court of law.
John Kennedy had the best to say about this.
Oh my gosh.
Senator.
They're right. The ACLU is defending Mr. Khalil. They say this is a freedom of speech case. I support freedom of speech. How else would we know who the idiots are without freedom of speech?
Don't you love that? How else will we know who the idiots are? It's like, oh, so that's why I say, whoever wants to call in, I'll have the conversation. If for no other reason, you can see who the bad examples or the idiots are. That's okay too. But in this case, his name's Mahmoud Khalil, and he's expected in court after the ICE arrest. So that's who arrested him. They used ICE officers to arrest him. Now, why is the senator from Louisiana speaking? Because Mr. Khalil, as Senator Kennedy calls him, is currently being held in Louisiana. And this is after being detained in New York earlier this week. So now this guy's got a legal team. I don't think he's paying for it, but he's got a legal team, and they're asking the court to order the government to return him to New York as his legal fight plays out. So that hearing got underway about 15 plus minutes ago, and he's Mahmoud Khalil. They call him a Palestinian activist. I'm telling you, if you would see the propaganda that he gives out, it's totally anti-Jewish, anti-Israel, pro-Hamas. You're not allowed to do that. And this is the part of the Columbia University, protest. He does possess a green card, by the way. I just want to ask you something else. Of all the people who get a green card, or who are applying for a green card and haven't gotten one yet, how come this guy got it? So contrast this with the lady that we've talked about from the Jersey kebab place that's popular in Canton County. You have over $100,000 raised for this couple. They're from Turkey. So they've been on a list. They've been going back, and they came to this country legally. They've raised their kids here. They've been married 27 years. Their youngest son has autism. He's 15. So I don't know why ICE targeted them. I don't know. The dad we've reported, this was 2 weeks ago. The dad they released, it's a middle-aged couple. Dad gets released with an ankle bracelet. Mom is supposed to get out today. But they've been hoping to get a green card. They've been on an application list since like 2015. So how come this Khalil guy, he got the green card? And our Jersey couple, hardworking people, zero criminal record, nothing. How come they didn't get it? I'm just asking for a friend. We have to break, Dan. 855-839-1210.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At California Psychics, we know that when you haven't found love, it feels like everyone else has. Every movie has a love interest. Every song is a love song. Where are all the songs about cats? Or the joy of early bedtimes? And of course, the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to help you find the one. We connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So you could be feeling all lovey-dovey real soon. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Let's face it, most people fear the dentist. It's a real thing. It's called dentophobia. But my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz, understands this. I've seen over the years how he's helped even the most fearful patients overcome their anxiety and show them a comfortable, positive dental experience. Give Dr. Bentz a call, 610-272-6949. Take care of that dental work that you've been putting off and finally get that smile that you've always wanted. 610-272-6949. BentzDentalGroup.com.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Your 401k goes up and down. That's fine when you're 40, but not when you're 60. Find out how to protect your hard-earned money. Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at the Keswick Theater, Saturday, April 5th.
I couldn't imagine how good it would be with the orchestra. Phenomenal.
All his voices are fabulous. He sings, his daughter sings. She was absolutely wonderful, too.
Proceeds go to the 5 Abington Fire Companies to replace protection gear permanently damaged in the recent SPS fire. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Keswick in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. And help the Abington firefighters. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
joeconklin.com! Your new kitchen. Visualize it. Kitchen Magic has just launched its new innovative online kitchen visualizer. Easily experiment with styles, colors, and layouts online and preview your perfect space before your design consultation. Then Kitchen Magic's design experts can refine the details to bring your vision to life. Family owned for 45 years, Kitchen Magic has crafted over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens. Right now, enjoy 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
So the big news of the hour, you may say, well, Dawn, why haven't you talked about the fact that, the House, the Senate Democrats are considering the path forward after the House narrowly approved that stopgap measure, if I can say that 10 times fast, to keep the government funded, short-term extension of fiscal year 2024 funding. And so now it was passed by the House. It goes to the Senate. The deadline, as we've been saying, Friday, March 14th. Why haven't I talked a lot about this apparent victory for Trump? I think it's going to happen. Well, because I'm kind of psychic. I figured last night that our own Dom Giordano would have on one of our favorite Congress members, who happens to be a dentist as well. And
beautifully dressed dentist.
Always, oh my gosh, impeccable. Really, he should actually, this particular congressman should go shopping with Zelensky and Elon Musk.
There you go.
Help him pick out a suit.
Why don't you suggest that today, Dom?
I am going to suggest it. I don't know which one's worse to that point. Picture Jeff Van Drew showing the fancy hankies to Elon Musk. Now that's something, maybe we can get him for the Mannion event to go shopping, his clothes sets.
This would be fantastic.
Yes. Put that down on the list.
Maybe 2 Ventrescas.
Well, I'm calling in. Yeah, exactly. I'm calling in Roe this year to help me with things people could bid on, Dawn, but it's going slow. She says, how about if we all go out dancing? Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Why not, Dom?
I won't even do that for Mannion. No.
To see the Dom dance?
Not that, please.
Would Dom do the Trump dance?
Dawn, I think Dom's hiding from us that he's actually a heck of a dancer.
Oh, yes, the embarrassment already. I'm getting ready to face. I can't even do a show.
At my wedding, he specifically asked for the photographer to not take any pictures of him dancing.
Exactly.
This is such a good... Roe has the best idea.
Oh, yeah, of course she does. So, Dawn, Jeff Van Drew is here at 12:30, and it appears that Democrats want to die on another hill. The trans issue wasn't enough. This guy who should be deported, they're all over it today, supporting him.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be a great Dom show, and maybe we'll see him dance on YouTube.
Oh, it's going to happen, Dawn.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A South Jersey restaurant owner detained by ICE agents could be released on bond as soon as today. The popular Cedar House Cafe nestled inside Fairmount Park is temporarily closing. And TSA at Newark Airport had to stop a man at security who was hiding a live turtle in his pants.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
This is Larry Steinhaus, and did you know that I buy houses in any condition? That's right, I buy hoarder houses, I buy trashed houses, I buy burnt-out houses, or even houses with bad tenants. If you are a tired landlord, or you inherited a property, or you just have a property you don't want, give me a call at 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the phone and make you a full-price offer. That's 855-939-1137. Don't suffer with that property anymore.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 29th and April 26th. The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. $1 million Worldly Winnings only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at nordvpn.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Welcome in. So we have the good news on the CR, the continuing resolution. Jeff Van Drew here to talk about that. Better news on inflation. E.G. Antoni will be here to talk about that. And the idea that the inflation rate was 2.8% in February, that's really the first month of Trump. That's all good. But the tariff thing is the sticky part of this. I know we're told to have faith on that. I'll ask Antoni about that. But this stopgap bill does give them a ramp toward actually doing something important. We only had one person, Massey, we talked about yesterday, who would not sign off. Apparently, Rand Paul will not sign off in the Senate. Much as I love Rand Paul, I think that's a mistake. Okay. Democrats look like they're going to die on this hill again of this. And President Trump, I think at some point here shortly, is going to announce a travel ban from these risky countries in the Middle East who happen to be Muslim. You may remember that the first time he did it. I think he should do it. He's going to do it again. But I want to start off with something that's at the heart of some of the stuff we've seen going on here with President Trump and DEI and the battle over that and what that actually means. Inquirer's got a big piece today, not just on Lower Merion, but a bunch of school districts. Now, Lower Merion, at least on paper, is the crown jewel. They say, the Inquirer, they probably spend more than anybody in Pennsylvania. Maybe they're up there in the country per student. And Lower Merion's particularly important. We had this group for the education show with Dr. Fishbein, No Left Turn, that started because her kids were in a elementary school in the Lower Merion School District. And it got her nuts. They were being taught the racial, the stuff that we've come to talk about, in which these kids, they were white, were the offender, and other children who were a minority were the victims, the victim ideology, critical race theory. So here, Lower Merion, this big article today, is being castigated. It says, the Inquirer, in 2009, black students trailed white students in Lower Merion School District by 28.3 percentage points in the PSSA, that's the statewide scores, for reading and writing. And I think they trailed by more in math. By 2024, the most recent, the gap had grown to 33.4. So this school district, who's incredibly affluent, educated, a lot of influence on that, and progressive, I might add, they're getting bashed because of the fact things have gotten worse. And there's all sorts of stuff in here claiming they don't understand cultural competency. The school district says, hey, we're trying to be diverse and all these other things. So what's the reason for this? Well, I think this is a highly competitive school district with parents, mom's a lawyer, dad's a doctor, or the opposite. And then you have minority students in that area that are middle class. I think you'd have to be almost, but maybe it takes a period of time to reach the same level of generation after generation of these other parents. But in what universe can you bash Lower Merion School District for diminishing or downplaying minority students? We really believe that? So what would the reason be that this continues to happen? Well, the fact that for the last 8 to 10 years, they practiced this critical race theory, telling everyone they're a victim. Not that I'm saying that's the single thing that's there. They also talk about Cheltenham School District, which used to be a very good school district. I don't think it is anymore. They can come on anytime and tell me otherwise. And they talk about the same gap there. North Penn, they talk about the gap there. Wissahickon, Colonial, these are all pretty good school districts, other Montgomery County school districts. The gap in the 3rd through 8th grade scoring in these various tests. Lower Merion says it sought to make its curriculum more culturally friendly to ensure they include diverse voices and all the rest of it. So this to me is an indictment. Not that I'm crying tears, because the Lower Merion School District has been overtly progressive with all the usual nonsense forever. And look at what happens. They're being blamed because there is this gap there. Are they responsible? Or is it on the parents and students that there's that gap there? Why is that gap there? Now, under diversity, equity, and inclusion, there can't be that gap. Equity says you have to have equal outcomes. That's the whole point of it. So 855-839-1210. I'll do more on this in the education shows we have. But here's a school district that goes out of its way, spends a ton of money, and yet they still have these same gaps. Is it the schools? Are they racially insensitive? Is there something they're not doing? I think, I don't agree with their indoctrination, but as far as paying teachers, as far as facilities, as far as spending, as far as, the most contemporary techniques, they're doing all that. Why would you have these results? And they have similar things in some of these other school districts. I just thought it was another example of exactly the types of things that go on with this DEI programming. So is Lower Merion not doing enough DEI? Does it mean that they have to come up? If these outcomes don't come out to be roughly the same, then Lower Merion School District are what? Racist? They may not be overtly, but something's wrong there. And DEI, what are they going to do? Are they going to make it that somehow, now these are statewide tests. What are they supposed to do in this situation? Are they supposed to give extra work, extra tutoring, better teachers? for people that are behind what is the norm there. This is a big-time school district, really powerful, a lot of money, a lot of stuff. It's a crown jewel, one of the top 2 or 3 in the entire state. And yet they have these gaps. Is Trump to blame? Or is the equity idea ridiculous? Is there equal opportunity there? I'd have to say in Lower Merion, there must be equal opportunity. Well, why are they not getting equal outcomes? That's what you must do. That's what apparently these parents groups are saying to the Inquirer and what the Inquirer's saying. 855-839-1210, you'll get a line. So that's one thing. Jeff Van Drew will be here today at 12:30. Only one person voted not to do this continuing resolution. It does slash spending. It does set a different base. It does give them, I think, a ramp to move forward. And the inflation news is tremendous. That's the lowest up until 4 years ago of what's called core inflation. But I'm still not on board with the tariffs. Now, I see people out there, and if you are a supporter of President Trump, you take it as your duty, particularly if you're getting near retirement age or worked a while, that your 401k is taking a beating to say you're doing it for the good of the country, that somehow or another this is just going to bring jobs back to America. That's what the art. Sometimes it's fentanyl. My gripe with the tariffs is they're kind of chaotic. We don't know from one moment to the next where we're going with this stuff. One other thought, too. I wish they would let the president or any president drive. Now, I don't know about driving the huge beast, what that must be like. I mean, I've driven a 32-foot RV in the middle of the night on one of the things we've done.
Really?
I drove a
with
bus.
2 feet?
Yeah, with 2 feet, of course.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah, I've driven a bus only in a parking lot, but I didn't smash into anything. It was a big parking lot. Maybe there weren't too many cars there, like none. Get behind there. Let me see this bus. But I'm a big believer.
Wait, you're leaving out the best thing that you drove.
What was that?
Watch the tram car, please.
Oh, that's right, the tram car. Yeah. Although I did go off the rails.
It's like 40, 50 feet long.
Yeah, I did. That's right. Yeah. I did go up the rails a little bit there. I didn't know you had to move over. I thought they were pointing me to go right down the boardwalk.
You were about to go into the sand.
Yeah, exactly.
Off-roading with the tram
car. The guy
car.
said, would you like to make this wide turn there? Sure, let me do it at high speed. I just think, I've always thought this, that if you're driven around, it's one of the surest ways to lose touch with things. By driving, there's something about it that puts you more in touch with reality. I don't know that President Trump has driven that much since maybe, the 80s or 70s? You know, I don't know if he had a chauffeur when he was a kid. I don't know. If you don't drive.
Did he ever learn how to drive?
I don't know if he does. He says, I'd love to drive this. They won't let me.
My favorite quote is when Elon says, it's like driving a golf cart. Just a really big golf cart there, Donald.
Well, a golf cart is not an easy thing to drive.
Really?
Yeah, because
I wouldn't know.
If you have, golf courses usually, there's a couple where there could be pretty hilly. And Luke's motto is you go at a higher speed. I'm not going at a higher speed.
I floor it every time I'm out on the links.
Over hills?
Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter.
No, that doesn't help you going over here. That's how you topple over.
Have you ever tipped it, Henry?
So be it. No, I'm a great driver.
Oh, yeah, you don't want to be tipping this thing. That's,
I'm out here like the Fast and the Furious. I'm not crashing into anything. I'm not tipping over.
Okay. Well, I agree that driving a golf cart's good, but with the hills, you got to take it easy.
It's like driving a golf cart, basically. Very simple. It's very simple. So
very simple? Yeah, let's see it. I have no objection to putting there. The whole nonsense of this, too. Here, these are electric vehicles, right? And yet the left is going crazy, so much so they're attacking Tesla showrooms, etc. These cars don't look that good to me, though. I'm not getting a Tesla. The paint job. I bet Trump said, hey, got to do a better paint job over here. Do they pop to you for $94,500?
No.
Not only that. Give me an Edison. I'll drive an Edison. I'm not driving a Tesla. There's a sore point with Dan. Yeah, the Tesla thing right away.
Ew. You want to drive an Edison?
Yeah,
I would never want to drive an Edison.
Be a great. I bet it'd have a nice paint job.
It'd just be a stolen design. Stolen lesser design, the Edison.
All right, so let's see if anybody out there has is going to buy a Tesla.
Are you buying a Tesla?
Support. No, I
No?
just told you. I don't even like the paint, let alone
Just because of the
anything else.
name, though?
No, I don't like
Because
that
I don't
either.
like the
but
paint.
yeah, no, I'm not.
No Cybertruck for Dom?
I can't see buying a car over 30,000. I mean, I just can't even imagine that. That's about the limit, and even that's
Good
pushing
luck
it.
in
I don't
today's
really-
world, man.
I know.
It's
That's
tough.
why I'm not. Yeah.
Well, you can get a Tesla for under 30,000.
You can?
Yeah. One with like 50, 60,000 miles on the battery. A couple years
that's
old.
the other thing. I am deathly afraid of fire. The slightest mention of fire. And when those things start to fire up, that is a big problem. All right, so we'll see if people are buying Teslas. I'd love to hear from you because of this great infomercial yesterday at the White House. There were several there. Did you see that Little X was there, too?
Mm-hmm. Well, there's a theory that's developed online about Little X.
Yeah, what is that?
I'm curious if you want to address it.
Yeah, go ahead.
The left is convinced that Little X only started appearing after Luigi Mangione took a shot at the CEO of healthcare and says that Elon's only parading him around for the sole sake of having him as a meat shield so nobody fires a shot at him being a CEO.
Oh, God. Well,
it's disgusting to think of a kid as a meat shield, to be quite honest.
Yeah, I haven't seen him that much, but Little X is not allowed near the Oval Office desk after the last time. All right. 855-839-1210. Side question. Yesterday was the birthday of Anthony Davis, all right, formerly of the Lakers, and all throughout, not as much in the pros, but in college, unibrow. He's one of the guys with just an unbelievable unibrow.
Embraces it, too, I feel.
I think he does.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He loves it.
Yeah. So what we're looking for today, somebody with a distinctive, they're known for it, unusual facial characteristic. For example, when I think of, I'm on chins. I started looking at chins yesterday. One, Kirk Douglas, as the most famous chin ever. It made his fame. And I think
I disagree with that.
Who
As the most famous chin of all time. I don't think it's Kirk Douglas.
Who is that?
I mean, he's got the great divot and all, but I think the more caricatured chin and more popular chin. Who'd you say?
Leno.
Yeah, that's exactly where I'm going.
Leno. Yeah. But I meant a good chin. I don't think Leno's chin's a good. It's noticeable. Yeah. And speaking of bad chins, I'm going to take J.D. Vance off, and I agree with you. That's why the beard and everything else.
You actually took off my answer because I was going to go with the beard. J.D.'s beard is a distinct feature.
There you go. All right, that is distinct.
Have you gotten into the meme war yet? Are you memeing J.D. with putting him on?
I've seen that, and it looks bad. I think they really fatten him up.
That's the point.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Well, now J.D.'s taken the Leonardo DiCaprio clapping meme, put his face on it, and tweeted that out. So has it officially jumped the shark?
He needed to make it fat. That's the caveat. He didn't make it fat. He still made it
himself too
skinny.
good looking,
Yeah. So he's not a part of the joke. He's not willing to fully accept the meme yet.
Just a side question. If Leonardo DiCaprio were sitting in here as a man looking at him, would I be blown away and saying, this is the most handsome man I've ever seen? I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No. I don't think so.
I'm
not seeing it.
No, not now?
No.
Okay.
No, not now.
Maybe at a different point, but right now, no.
Okay. Dan, so who's yours? J.D. Vance's beard.
J.D. Vance's beard. I'm going to take out the one that I almost broke the internet. One April 1st a couple years ago, April Fool's Day, when he said that he got his teeth fixed, that being Michael Strahan and the giant gap right up front.
Oh, yes. That is a great one. Yeah, that is a really good one. The gap tooth thing is a plus now. Laura Nutton, what's the name? Model, Strahan. Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, so let me take two off the board here. I'm going to take off Steve Buscemi's eyes.
Ooh.
Okay.
There's something about
Bug
those
eyes?
Yeah, those bug eyes that you're like, what am I looking at?
And lazy eyes, too.
Yeah, he's got both. He's got a lazy
both.
eye going on there, too. Now, that's not an attractive man.
No.
Remember they called him a fox in The Sopranos? Janice did. What the hell?
Tony
Who
B.
wrote that line?
I feel like anytime he's mentioned that, I feel like I got to underline the heroic act that he hopped onto the fire engine on 9/11 and helped out the firefighters. So it's an awesome thing.
Great man.
Is that it, Steve Buscemi?
So then I have one, and he's got a trifecta of facial features here between his hair, his eyes, and his big old fake teeth. And that would be the totally normal-looking Gary Busey.
Ah. Okay.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you were going Phil Murphy there for a moment.
I mean, I might as well have.
Yeah.
Can I take one more?
Yeah, go right ahead.
How about a entire Super Bowl commercial dedicated to it with it flying around? How about the eyebrows of Eugene Levy?
Yeah.
Now that is distinctive eyebrow. Yes. All right, so it might be handsome, it might be beautiful, it might not. Some facial feature that really pops coming off the unibrow. Here's how you get in, 855-839-1210. And I'm looking for people who say, yeah, I look at my 401k. I'm not worried about any of this. That's starting to become a little bit more doubtful. But the inflation numbers in just 1 month to see the turnaround. And the gas watch is officially back on. People are sending me pictures. I think York and County Line Road, somebody sent me pictures. Coach sent me a couple pictures, $2.85 a gallon, regular. That's pretty good. We haven't seen that in a long time. Somebody called in with Robert yesterday called in with $2.99 somewhere. Are we going to get back close to $2.50 at some point? Well, summer coming up. Maybe not. But 855.
Hey, before we go.
Yes.
Ro Giordano. So if you were listening to the crossover between the Dawn and Dom shows.
Yes.
Dom suggested him and Ro are talking about new Travis Maynard things to raise money and said that Ro suggested that.
Dancing.
Yeah, you should go out dancing. I really like the idea, but she did text me saying, confirming Dom cannot dance with an emoji.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
So I feel
I'm out of that.
So is she saying this tongue-in-cheek? We got to get everyone dances so they can all see how you dance?
No, she wasn't. She just says this stuff. You know, she thinks it's a good idea.
I'll sign up to be Ro's dance partner.
All right, there you go. All right.
That would be quite the sight to see my 6'8" self with her.
Oh, my God,
you know?
yes. Lying about 5 feet. You're lying about 6'8", but you're pretty close, I think. All right, 855. She just says standard. You think that we're walking somewhere in New York? Do you think Dan would be hitting his head there? Because you're almost hitting your head.
I love that she thinks that way. I
do
too.
Oh, Dan would be hitting his
Ro.
head. Yeah. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210.
Talk Radio 1210's 8th Annual Radiothon, benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation, presented by Edelman's Coins. It's Friday, March 21st. Listen from 6 a.m. till 7 p.m. for special guests, surprises, and fun, and help the Travis Manion Foundation empower veterans and families of the fallen, and unite the community through service. Listen all day Friday, March 21st on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Thanks to our sponsors, Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. Hoffman's Exterminating, providing quality service with personalized care for over 35 years. Oliver Heating and Cooling. Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to save.
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no payments and no interest for 24 months. Now through March 31st at Window Nation. Schedule a free consult at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com and tell them you heard about it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
You'll hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever for a single line. Just $45 per month when you bring your phone, which is less than you spend on Too Tired to Cook takeout every week. Get one line on Unlimited Welcome for $45 per month with AutoPay plus taxes and fees. Visit your local Verizon store by April 2nd to save. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, this next half hour is going to be great. Jeff Van Drew, noted haberdasher, will be here, and dentist. But, oh, man, Gavin Newsom. He went Charlie Kirk on his podcast. Then he went Michael Savage. And now he's really, I'll tell you after Van Drew, who's next on the Gavin Newsom podcast. Is this a shrewd move? No, he's out slicking himself here. It's not working. I'll tell you who that is coming up, but should be a pretty interesting listen as a podcast. Lance in South Philly's next, though, on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Lance, good afternoon.
Morning. How you doing, Dom?
Good.
Well, like I told your producer, I'm going to go with Frida.
Ooh, Frida
Kahlo.
Yeah.
I like that.
The artist.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Frida Brown is very distinctive. Very, very distinctive.
Is that a unibrow vote then? Okay.
Yes. And the second part is the reading score. They don't know why. They don't know why minority kids aren't doing as well as their white counterpart. And as I told your producer, when you move into these areas, and I've been doing these areas for years, when you go into the New Hope and you go into the Yardleys and the Villanova area and the King of Prussia and the Upper Bucks and the Upper Marions and Lower Marions,
mm-hmm.
It takes 2 incomes to live in these communities. Normally, mom is taken with them. Mom is 75, 80. Both parents are out working because they're professionals. If you go along Route 23, and you behind a bus, when these kids get off the bus, it isn't mom or dad meeting them. It's an older grandparent meeting these children in these affluent areas. They don't have time after working 8 or 10 hours a day, to come home and help with reading. Some do, some don't. But most of the time, no, you're not going to have that. Both parents are out working. They just don't have the time.
All right, thank you, Lance. But does that explain the racial gap here? Lower Marion deserves it, given their progressive holier than thou. But I think it's unfair that the gap has gone up. Well, that's not equitable. Do we really think that Lower Marion is doing something in any way, shape, or form that is lesser toward minority kids versus the white kids that are in Lower Marion schools? No, I don't. It's just ludicrous to blame them. But they bring it on themselves with critical race theory and everything else, and the emphasis on equity. 855-839-1210. You get in. One more, then we got Jeff Van Drew. Gary in Newtown. Hey, Gary, afternoon.
Hey, Dom. How are you, sir?
Good.
Thanks for taking my call. With respect to your last call and the opening to your show, what would you guess to be the people who believe equal outcomes are also the ones who believe in survival of the fittest. That's an oxymoron, right?
I wouldn't say they did believe in. You can't believe in both.
But that category of person who believes in equal outcomes also generally believes in Darwinism.
I don't know, Gary, but tell me where you're going with this. What's your point?
We are from whatever time you want to say we've been on this planet as human beings, we're never going to have equal outcome because we're not the same from the get-go, meaning from the time we were evolved or from the time an embryo was made. So from that point, and then you have what Lance just said, which is, okay, what's the environment that you grow up in?
Right, it's the
That's
environment.
never
right,
going to be the same, ever.
Right. Yeah,
So
I don't. My point is, before we get
Sorry.
I don't blame Lower Merion at all, but they deserve it given their posture, their preening publicly. Their ideology is progressive. Now it's backfiring. They're not doing anything wrong to provoke this. That's just way unfair. But Gary, give me your facial features.
I'm gonna go right off. I'm gonna go right off of where Henry went, and I'm gonna go with a trifecta or a quadfecta. And I'm going to say, going back to people my age, it's going to be Farrah Fawcett. She's got the hair, she's got the teeth, she's got the big pair of beautiful eyes, and the chest that goes along with it.
All right. How's that facial? Well, who knows?
She's got the big eyes.
The big
pair of eyes.
Yeah, big pair of eyes. The teeth were gleaming beyond belief. All right. A man who knows about teeth and haberdashery. That would be Jeff Andrew is next. What happened here with this CR bill? What does he think about inflation and a bunch of other stuff? And then I'll tell you who Newsom is bringing on next. Wow. This is must listen. All right, all that straight ahead. Talk Radio 1210.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
A cooler air mass builds into the Delaware Valley today as the wind shifts more out of the northeast. It'll be partly sunny, high temperatures still above average near 60, cooler to the east of Philadelphia. Tonight becoming mostly cloudy with a low near 40. And for Thursday, partly sunny skies once again, a bit cooler with a high 54.
Experience the difference from Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown and Westchester. Shop their extensive inventory of new and certified pre-owned Hyundai models like the Santa Fe, Tucson, and Palisade. Online at piazzahyundai.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Inflation, recession, interest rates, the Fed. How do you make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Merrill Reese. When you think of Impriano Roofing and Siding, you probably picture a sturdy roof or beautiful siding. Did you know they offer stunning entry doors, from secure steel and fiberglass doors to gorgeous glass designs? Impriano gives your home a fresh, beautiful look, all while keeping it safe and secure. Imagine vibrant colors and custom glass that'll wow every guest. Right now, get a brand new entry door and make no payments for 18 months. Call Impriano today to get started. The best homes have an Impriano roof and doors. Visit Impriano.com.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I just love when we have these little punk Ivy League kids that aren't of Palestinian descent dressing up like they're playing pretend with the scarves and the headdress and all of that. Bobby from the main line, who all of a sudden thinks he's fighting the righteous cause, and he's an uneducated clown. Forget being deported or being arrested. These parents should be embarrassed. If I ever catch my kid in college protesting on behalf of Gaza, they're not even going to have time to flunk out. I'm going to drive down and pull them out.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano's show, 855-839-1210. Momentarily, we should speak with Jeff Van Drew about a lot of things that are building up here. But I'll tell you who it is. And chew on this. We were talking here, Henry, Dan, and I. First, Newsom had on Charlie Kirk. And Charlie Kirk kind of sounded like the host. I'm not a big fan of Kirk, but he made a lot of good points. He was fine. And maybe Newsom thought, yeah, I'll pretend I'm taking advice from this guy. I'll drop the trans thing. And somehow or another, that'll move me around here politically. Then it was Michael Savage, who's a smart guy. That was yesterday. The third in the podcast is Steve Bannon. Oh, my goodness. This ought to be pretty good. So is Newsom going to bill himself as the reasonable one, and Steve Bannon's radioactive? We'll talk about it.
I got tons of thoughts on this one.
Okay, I know. We all
we'll get to those later.
You got to get Newsom on here. Oh, you can't have Newsom on. Come on now. You'll be helping him. Some moderate will go, he sounds moderate. Dom sounds bad.
Very well-dressed individual, but not as well-dressed as someone else I know.
Let me think about that. Let's go to Congressman Jeff Van Drew. Now, Congressman Jeff Van Drew is about the best dress I've ever seen in person. But Newsom's got that California thing going on. I had him in studio, Congressman, in person. The way you fold that shirt when you don't wear a tie. But you always wear a tie, so you have the advantage.
I almost always wear a tie, but you know what it is? There's always one event or one thing during the day where I need to have it. So pretty much just every day I put it on. There will be maybe 3 or 4 times in a month. I know this is crazy. I say I have pajamas that are suits. But 3 or 4 times I don't have to wear it, and I do enjoy it. But there's I used to take it off, put it on, I just leave it on. It's easier.
So these pajama suits that you have, are these repurposed suits that you now sleep in because you just don't want to wear them in public anymore?
I'm actually, of course I don't, but I like to have fun with it. And because people say, man, Jeff, you're always stuck wearing a suit. And I go to a lot of events and just do a lot of things. And I'll say, I have pajama suits, man. I say I just can jump out of bed if it's real early in the morning and just, get on a TV show or whatever. But I don't. No, I wear sweats and try to relax. And I really look forward to it, when those few times that I can relax. But by and large, I do have, sometimes I'll wear a T-shirt under a suit. If I'm not going to anything that's real formal, I have some really nice T-shirts.
Still wearing the jacket,
that I'll wear underneath there. Yeah, and then the jacket on top of it.
So I got a question that comes from Dawn, one of our other hosts, Congressman. I don't mean to step on the serious stuff you're about to talk with Dom, but she asked Dom to ask you, or me to ask you, have you ever considered sending an invite to President Zelensky or Elon Musk to take them shopping on a shopping trip?
Well, it's the interesting part of it. Dressing is, for me, it's fun to wear different suits, different styles, and have some fun with it in different ties. It's not trying to do anything, that you're better. It's nothing like that. It's just a lot of fun. And if you've got to wear a suit every damn day, then you might as well, in my mind, have a little fun with it. I had a really good talk the other day with somebody that serves with me on Judiciary Committee. And, 5 years ago, I became, it's over 5 years now, a little bit, I became a Republican. I was a conservative Democrat, as you know. There was no room for me in the Democratic Party. They left me completely. But anyhow, he said, Jeff, he's a friend and I've gotten to know him well. He said, but when you first came over, he said, to the Republican Party, he said, I thought, and he's kind of a plain dresser, to be honest with you. He said, I thought, who is this fancy-ass guy with his fancy suit thinking he's just right? It was just so funny. And he said, and I've come to know you, and you really speak from the heart, and I am. I'm more conservative than half of the Republicans that were out there, so it's all good. But Elon Musk, the wealthiest man on the globe, on the planet, but he doesn't care about him. Like Zelensky, I think he's trying to have his own look or just do something different. Remember, the guy was a comedian before he became in charge of Ukraine.
I think he wears a suit. He's coming back to the White House again. That's what we're told. I think he wears a suit this time.
Look, if I'm his advisor, I'd say to him, you better get the friggin' suit on. You screwed it up last time. Go to Men's Warehouse on the way or whatever. Pick up a suit. You don't have to get the best one or a fancy one, but just get a suit and a tie and a shirt. You're dealing with the most powerful nation and the most powerful man in that nation on the face of the earth. So maybe it's worth the investment.
All right. Now, this you're not somebody, and I know there was reluctance on the part of voting for another continuing resolution, but a lot of specifics here. Chip Roy's a guy who's very conservative, saying this, I think, is the best way to put it, gives us the on-ramp to bigger things, to really being able to curtail spending.
That's a way to put it, for sure. I mean, that's well said in a way. This is what it is. So it is a CR, but it's not just an exact duplicate of the exact same budget that Nancy Pelosi had. Now, it still has those spending levels, but the president is going to have the discretion within that CR, working with members of Congress, to be able to direct monies in certain directions. So it's not just the routine CR that was there before. The top line is, the number is, but at least we can really focus. We can still cut the waste, fraud, and abuse. And let me be clear again, because I'm going to say it every damn day. Nobody is out to hurt people that are on Social Security. It's not going to get cut. Nobody is out to hurt people on Medicare. It's not going to get cut. Nobody is out to hurt people that are seniors or disabled or are working folks that have, family care, which is Medicaid. It's not going to get cut. Waste, fraud, and abuse. So what does that mean? Somebody said to me, well, you keep using those words. What does it mean? It means that if a person is on Medicaid who is totally healthy, I'm giving an example.
Sure.
And there are people just like this, totally healthy, has no children, single, and has no problems, and yet continues to collect Medicaid and just doesn't want to work. No, there should be work requirements. If you want to collect the Medicaid, you've got to work. And I know people, quite frankly, that are good people that work 6 days a week, sometimes 7 days a week. They just aren't high income earners, and that's okay. And they are on some form of Medicaid, very often through their health insurance, et cetera. And that's okay. Nobody's out to hurt them. We're a new Republican Party. And I do say this to Chip, too, and I say that clearly. We've got to watch out that people aren't saying that we're the party of no, the party that takes away from good people, the party that hurts people, because we are not. In fact, we're trying to do the opposite here. This is the way that I frame this, and this is important. When people are committing fraud in Social Security, for example, I have a bill and we're trying to prioritize it. If you are an illegal alien, and even worse, if you're an illegal alien that's committed a crime, no, guess what? Guess what, Dom? You can't collect Social Security and you can't be part of the Social Security system.
Exactly.
I think that's okay, because for every one of those and all your Americans that are listening out there on your show, we're taking away from you. When there's waste, fraud, and abuse, it hurts those good people who pay into the system and are getting screwed. So it is a little bit them versus us. And us is all Americans of every race, color, and creed who work hard, who pay into these systems, and other people don't and are abusing it, and there's fraud going on. That we do want to take care of.
All right, now the good
we have
news.
a lot
Yeah,
of,
I'm sorry, Congressman.
I'll just finish this up
Yeah.
with this. A lot of people who wear red hats, and you know what I mean, who rely upon Medicaid
Right,
for one
exactly.
reason or another, disabled, et cetera. So,
All right. Now, to that point, inflation down, everybody happy with this. It looks really good. It's the best gone back to 4 years, the rate, anyhow. I'm not a tariff guy, and I wanted to ask you, philosophically, I'm not, and this is a little chaotic to me. It's got to be more pulled together, I think, to seem to be workable. Are your constituents, are you getting people concerned with their 401k, or is it more they think Trump is going to move away from this fairly quickly, so they're willing to give it a little leeway?
the guy's been in 12 weeks. You've got to give him some room. You know, I when I was with him the most recent time, and I was expressing something similar to what you said. There were a few of us there, and he said, and he didn't say it in an arrogant way. He said it in a nice way. He was kidding. He had a big smile on his face. He said, "Listen, watch, and learn." And that's what I would say. I think we're going to be okay. I think there's another way to look at this. You know, I love free trade. I'm with you, but there's another way to look at this. We have made I'll give you an example, the Panama Canal. Some people say, oh, how ridiculous, we're going to take the Panama Canal back. Well, I don't know what's going to happen in the end, but guess what? We get lousy terms and conditions on the Panama Canal. The United States does. We treat other countries better, but it was our almost 40,000 people who died building the canal, and most Americans today don't even know that. It was us. We should have never given the Panama Canal away to begin with. And it's with trade deals. We get screwed. We get the short end of the stick. We're paying tariffs very often, and they're not. And it's just not fair. So what the president is trying to do here is make it fair for American manufacturers and American people and American trade, so we don't have such a trade deficit. At the end of the day, we have something to lose in all this. It could hurt a little bit, but they've got a lot more to lose. And at the end of the day, these other countries, for all their bluster, are going to calm down, because you know what everybody wants, Tom? They want the American buck, including Europe. You know, Europe knows how to spend money real well. Our money, American money.
Right.
They love to tell us where to spend it on, including Ukraine. It's the same here. It's okay for us to have restrictive agreements with other countries and get screwed, but it's not okay for them. No, we got to have a more fair playing field. I think we will. The president warned us, you know, and I don't always agree with him on everything. I'm not just doing what he says, but he when he started this out, he said, I use the word, it's going to be a little bumpy. He said something very similar to that. You've got to give him a little bit of room. Now, 3 years from now, if things aren't looking good and, you know, the tariffs have backfired, okay, then we'll have that conversation. I don't think that'll be the case.
Congressman, thank you as always. Great stuff, and thanks for the clothing advice.
You go real quick. Everybody be aware we're having my next where I'm chairman of Oversight Committee and Judiciary. That's coming up next month. Actually, late this month. I'm sorry, and it's going to be real good. We're going to dig into the FBI. Just how much money did we waste in the FBI? It's going to be some huge numbers, and what's going on with the morale there. So,
all right, we will be on top of it. Thanks for the tease on that. Thanks, Congressman. Congressman Jeff Van Drew here on Talk Radio 1210.
When he said one more thing, I thought he was going to give us like a fashion tip.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm not giving this 3 years. I would say end of May, Memorial Day, something like that's reasonable on this tariff thing. In your own mind, be honest. Everybody said, and there's one of the biggest supporters of the president. He differs with him on some things. This is to not pinpoint it for me. The inflation stuff after 1 month is great news, though. By the way, the president's meeting with the Irish prime minister at the White House. You know whose name had to come up. Rosie O'Donnell, who's moved to Ireland because of Trump.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I think the sound's out
I'm
there.
so sad.
It's right now. You can find. And he asked the prime minister, "Do you know Rosie O'Donnell?" And he goes, "No. Who's that?" And he goes, "You're better off not knowing." You know, the best line that I've ever seen Trump or maybe a comedian do. The first debate, 2016, Megyn Kelly went after him and read all these things he said about women. And at the end, she said something about, "Is that how you feel about women?" And he paused. It was like a 30-second pause. Only Rosie O'Donnell. The place, we were at Xfinity Live. That was it right there. It sealed up the nomination. It was unbelievable. And Megyn Kelly was like, oh, man.
Let me take you to that meeting with the Ireland.
Okay, yeah, the Irish PM.
Fun-loving people, great attitude, many in this room right now that I've met. Why in the world would you let Rosie O'Donnell move to Ireland? I think she's going to lower your happiness level.
It's true. Thank you. I like that question.
Mr.
Do you know you have
Are you
expecting? Do you know who she is?
Yeah.
I'm joking.
You're better off not knowing.
He's seating in the dictator chair. At least that's what Trump calls it. All right, 855-839-1210.
And it's beautiful and warm, not physically. It's actually quite cold.
You got to give her credit, though. She actually followed through.
I would
she
tell
was the
you,
one person that was like, "We're moving," and she did it.
The all-star team of The View, the very worst of the worst, she makes it.
She's the captain.
Whoopi wouldn't even be on there. Joy Wood, probably Sonny Hostin, Star Parker, and Rosie O'Donnell. That feud. And Jenny McCarthy was, I mean, the ignorance, the dumbness just keeps on. It's gargantuan. Imagine Rosie O'Donnell with today's politics, what she might think or what she might say. Oh, my God. All right. You know, it's often said, and we say it, people have told me, you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. Think about it. Back to the Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans. They all left their cultural mark. All that we're going to do is see all that. I'd like you to join me and Ro for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of the Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and also Calabria this fall. I'll be headed to Europe again, and I only go with one person, Ken Chase, and Conservative Tours. $55.44. That's all it is. That includes airfare. The dining events alone are spectacular. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. Just call 888-733-9494. Or, easier, go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather Tour. Visit the locales from the movies. The crown jewel of Sicily is Taormina. We'll see you there, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily. Always ancient, charming, picturesque, and a country within a country. I will see you in Savoca, but only if you get on board. Call 888-733-9494.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or in third-party delivery platforms.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Hey, it's big. Rob Schmidt recently beat CNN in key ratings as millions are tuning into Newsmax. Every night, Rob Schmidt is on Newsmax revealing the truth about Elon Musk's Doge. Tune in tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern and find out why Rob is the hottest person in cable news. Even President Trump is watching, and he says Newsmax is terrific. Reuters Institute reports that Newsmax is now one of the top news brands in America. Find out why. Just check out Newsmax on your cable system. Get Rob Schmidt with Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and much more. Download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone or home TV to start watching. It takes just seconds. With Newsmax Plus, you can watch our great shows anytime. Go to newsmaxplus.com and start your free trial. That's newsmaxplus.com. Make the switch to Newsmax today.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-488-1329. That's 800-488-1329.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. Welcome in. 855-839-1210. Coming up, we'll talk with great economist E.J. Antoni about this inflation turnaround that's major. What does he think of the tariffs? I'm still not there, but I'm looking for people that you're taking a look at your 401k. You heard what Jeff Van Drew said. I'd say, all right, a few more months of this. It seems scattershot to me to see where we go. Okay. But you're being told to take one for the team here, that this will bring American manufacturing back to America if these are put into play. But there seems to be this charge of fentanyl at times, too. And I don't get it with Canada. Canada's not an issue with fentanyl. Does some fentanyl get through Canada? Yeah. But, I mean, we're not going to go to these levels over fentanyl in Canada. Mexico, let's take action. Let's stop this. Send the drones in. Take out the cartels. Send a message to the cartels. Now, it'd have to be a big message with them. What's Mexico going to do? Isn't that where the real action is? I get tired of the Canada stuff. I get it with Trudeau. He's disgusting. You know, it's a great mockery. We played you his fight last week, the charity fight. But Mexico is the source. If you're concerned about fentanyl, that's where you go. If you're concerned, well, the border seems to be locked down now. That is a big plus as far as people getting through. Now we're looking at deportation here and self-deportation. All right, so big 1 o'clock hour. I'm coming to your calls. Hit us with something original, too. Unibrow, Anthony Davis, hit us with that facial feature that really pops. And Diana and Henry and I haven't had a chance to bat around fully. We'll give you a chance, too. Steve Bannon will be the next on the Newsom podcast. See, this guy is just getting more blatant every second. Is his idea that he's going to own these people? Or is his idea, I'm a moderate? You can't be a moderate having Steve Bannon on. You know, he's going to look like a moderate. What's Bannon going to say to him? God. 855-839-1210.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mow.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Talk Radio 1210's 8th Annual Radiothon, benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation, presented by Edelman's Coins. It's Friday, March 21st. Listen from 6 a.m. till 7 p.m. for special guests, surprises, and fun, and help the Travis Manion Foundation empower veterans and families of the fallen, and unite the community through service. Listen all day Friday, March 21st on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Thanks to our sponsors, Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, AMC Heating, Plumbing, and Air Conditioning, now hiring experienced technicians. Veterans encouraged to apply. Visit amcontheweb.com. Tillman Builders. Love your home again with a Tillman Builders renovation. On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Okay, it is Dom time. A lot of financial news, a lot of economic news, some of it incredibly good. Some of it, I'm not on board with the tariff idea. You heard Jeff Andrew. How long would you give on this? So we turn to just one of the greats that you can get on in talk radio, E.J. Antoni, economist, research fellow in the Heritage Foundation's Grover M. Herman Center for the Federal Budget. Man, that must got to be a big, EJ, if there's a chair there for the federal budget, it's got to be like a couch. You can't just have a chair. It's so enormous.
You should see the size of my business cards, Dom. Believe me, they're the biggest ever, okay? No one's got bigger business cards than I do.
Has anything, as someone who knows all this stuff, EJ, and is inside this, has anything moved you as far as what they have found as far as waste, fraud, abuse, stuff going on inside the federal government?
Oh goodness! I mean, I guess it's a never-ending source of comedy material, right? The different things that they've found. It doesn't surprise me from the standpoint of I've been researching this stuff for enough years and I've seen enough of the lunacy. But one of the things that I would say makes me very hopeful, Dom, is the fact that they are now finally drawing so much attention to it, right? For the first time ever, you finally have mainstream media outlets being forced to talk about these issues. It's incredible how once the American people are aware of all of the abuse and the fraud and the waste that is being done ostensibly in their name with their tax dollars, it's amazing how there's finally some outrage about it. People are waking up and, hey, sunlight is the best disinfectant, right? So as more and more people become aware, I think we finally have hope that something will be done because political pressure is now being exerted on the politicians to do something about it.
Yeah, exactly. And to that point, the people I usually have on, we just have Jeff Andrew on and others, they're not fans of these continuing resolutions. But I guess the best way I see it is it appears to be an off-ramp moving on to something bigger. So how did you see this resolution and the politics and the economic impact of it playing out? Does it seem like they have a solid case here? Yeah, do this and move on.
Well, I think life doesn't ask you what you want. Life presents you with options, right?
Mm-hmm.
And politics is the art of the possible. So we have to look at what is actually possible right now. And I think among the options that we have, the one we would want would be to implement all kinds of cuts, including all the different things that DOJ has found, to implement that immediately. Unfortunately, though, that's just not on the table for a couple of different reasons, not the least of which is we haven't gone through the process of calculating exactly how much this is going to save over that 10-year budget window that they always operate in. The other thing is the fact that a lot of the modeling that is done by the agencies that score these tax bills, in other words, that estimate how much they're going to cost or how much additional revenue will come in, those models have a lot of problems in them, and we're working on fixing them. Unfortunately, that's taking time, and we don't yet have enough time to get all of the corrections made that need to be done in order to make the scoring more accurate. For example, what the Congressional Budget Office thought we were going to take in terms of revenue after the Trump tax reform was passed was off by literally hundreds of billions of dollars in the 10-year window. It wasn't just off by billions, it was off by trillions. So clearly we need to update these figures, right? Because the amount that they thought was going to come in from taxes was way less than actually has come in. So again, clearly things are off. We need time to fix it. This does provide some time to do exactly just that.
Now, you talk about just a second ago, the art of the possible. Steve Moore has been on the show. We have a couple of other people. You don't strike me philosophically as a tariff guy, and I probably don't strike you as one either, and I'm not. And I get how Trump used it in the first term with the Chinese, but I'm not feeling it this time around. It's much bigger, and it seems to be scattershot. Rand Paul put a great tweet up the other day about the market and how it's not some disjointed thing, but it's millions of people making decisions, and they don't like it. They're having trouble dealing with the uncertainty, the zigzag of this. How do you see it so far?
Well, part of the zigzag, unfortunately, because we're dealing with reciprocal tariffs now, part of that zigzag is completely out of our control. Right? Whatever the White House does is dependent on what their counterparts overseas do. Well, that means you have to wait for those counterparts to act before you can act. So inherently, there's an element of uncertainty there that's now outside of your control. But as far as Wall Street goes, look, when we look at the average age of the folks on Wall Street, the money managers, the brokers, the traders, et cetera, what we find is that it's basically within the historical norm, but that means that they are now young enough, or at least they were born late enough, that they did not even see the last great bear market. Their working careers started after that point in time. They don't know how to deal with those kinds of conditions. They also grew up on a steady diet of free trade always and everywhere. Tariffs are never good. They can never be used for any good reason, et cetera. And this was bipartisan. You saw it with Clinton with the free trade agreements he signed. You saw it with Bush with the free trade agreements he signed. I'm using free very loosely here because while other nations essentially demanded access to our markets, we did not place the same demands on them. We forget that Canada still has tariffs on American dairy products, for example, approaching 300%. So this has not by any means been bilateral, and that's what the president is pushing for now. But I say all that, Dom, to say that all of these folks on Wall Street don't know how to navigate a world with tariffs. They think everything will come crashing down if we implement them, but neither the record of history nor economic theory, for that matter, supports that idea. Now, that doesn't mean tariffs are always and everywhere a good thing. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the conversation is much more nuanced than either extreme.
Okay, fair enough. I accept that. But I thought we negotiated successfully, and Trump is outside the economic. He's a populist. We renegotiated the disaster of NAFTA. To your point about free trade and Republicans, that's one of the great turnarounds. Free trade was not fair trade, and the people that benefited by that were not the average Trump voter. That's, the steel towns and others, jobs leaving America. But didn't we negotiate that before? What's so different? What did we mess up that first time around with Trump? I thought it was pretty good negotiation on his part with Canada and Mexico.
Well, it was certainly a step in the right direction,
Okay.
Dom. Absolutely. You're 100% right on that. Was it better than NAFTA? Oh, my gosh, absolutely. Again, you're spot on there. Was it perfect? No.
Okay.
And not only was it not perfect, but on top of that, you now have nations like Canada actually basically flaunting it and abusing it, where they are allowing the Chinese Communist Party, to set up shop effectively in Canada, to send stuff to Canada, repackage it, sometimes even make it in Canada, whatever the case may be. They're essentially abusing the rules that have to do with country of origin. And so it's allowing Chinese goods this back door to subvert the system and get around the Chinese tariffs, and thereby, again, abuse the USMCA, while Canada gets to take a little bit off the top. So essentially, Trump wants to crack down on abuses like that, while also pushing us even further than the original USMCA went, further towards free trade. Let's not forget, back in his first term, Trump went to the EU when they were having all these tariff negotiations, and Trump finally threw his hands up and said, look, guys, let's make this real simple. You get rid of literally all your tariff and non-tariff barriers, and we'll do exactly the same. And they freaked out, because that's the last thing they want to do.
Absolutely. So one other area, The View, of all people, noted economists. I don't think EJ's been on The View. I can't even imagine that conversation. But they today were wishing at the audience the destruction of Tesla because it's tied to the public persona of Elon Musk. And that's where the large amount of his wealth is. Is there any danger there for Musk? Both the distraction of doing what he's doing, and, he can't run the business day to day, he said it himself, and the public opinion on this. In other words, if there were another product other than how much his car costs, here's what would be happening because of these rioters and others. The Trump people and a lot of people would do a boycott. They would be buying the product, but I don't know how much they can come to the rescue with a car that's 94.5.
Hey, good question. Yeah, I mean, obviously there are different models that they make, right? Some are cheaper than others, but I mean, look, at the end of the day, I don't think that this is actually going to hurt Elon anywhere near as much as these rioters and these vandals think it will. But the people they're really hurting, frankly, are the people who own the dealerships, who work at the dealerships, right? Those are the folks really getting hurt. They're hurting the people with the insurance policies, right, who are having to shell out money to pay claims, et cetera. But Elon himself actually has, for as much money as he has, for the wealth he has a relatively low cost of living himself. I mean, for the longest time, the guy didn't even own a home. He slept on the factory floor so that he could be surrounded by the operation 24/7, right, and be so surrounded by it and knee deep in it that he could perfect it. I mean, this is the kind of guy we're dealing with, right? He's not throwing up mansions across every major American city. He doesn't own a bunch of real estate on the main line, for example. And so again, I'm not sure you're going to put anywhere near enough of a dent into the guy's annual earnings to throw him into the poorhouse.
No, I don't think so either. What is your big project right now? What are you looking at other than day to day? What are you involved in?
One of the big things we're involved in is getting this tax cut across the finish line. And we're looking to not only extend the Trump tax reform, but actually go even further. In other words, reduce taxes even more. Folks don't realize that if this tax reform that was passed during the original Trump admin, if that's allowed to expire, the middle class, not millionaires, not billionaires, the American middle class is going to see a tax hike of over $4 trillion, which is, by the way, roughly the equivalent of how much your cost of living has gone up because of inflation. So imagine the equivalent of going through that all over again, what you've seen the last 4 years under Biden. Imagine going through all that again in terms of your cost of living going up. That's what would happen if the Trump tax reform doesn't actually get through. And by the way, far from being a handout to the billionaires, this is exactly the opposite. You know, Dom, there was only one cohort when we did this analysis, and it wasn't just myself, it was every other group who did it. The only cohort who actually saw their federal tax liability go up because of the Trump tax reform were high income earners in very high tax locations. So that would be like New York City or California or Illinois, because they lost their state and local tax deduction. And that meant that all of a sudden they couldn't reduce their tax liability. So even though their tax rate went down, so much more of their income was subject to tax that they ended up typically paying several $1 million more each per year. So far from being a handout to the billionaires, this was a tax increase on those folks, but a tax cut to the American middle class.
Where do we find you on Twitter? It's such a great source for me and others. Where do we go?
The handle there is @RealEJAntoni. And please, please, please look for that little, the verified, the blue check mark, because there's now a bunch of crypto scammers out there who will impersonate me and try to sell you guys.
Oh my God!
All kinds of crazy crypto coins.
While we have you here, you know this, I think, but listeners, I just wanted to reemphasize it. Dave McCormick, the senator, was on, and we were talking the usual stuff. Suddenly, in the middle of it, he goes all crypto about Lehigh Valley. He's going to make it the crypto capital of the country. And he kept on talking right past it. I'm like, Dave McCormick in crypto. Wow. What do you think about this movement toward it with the Trump administration?
I like the fact that they are going exactly the opposite direction of the Biden administration, which was basically trying to smother crypto, right? They were trying to tax and regulate it out of existence. Some of that probably had to do with the Democrats' connection to Sam Bankman-Fried, who defrauded so many people with his fake crypto hedge fund, right? He basically ran a Ponzi scheme and was donating a ton of money to Democrats. So that kind of gave I think crypto and Democrats a bad name. So they were probably trying to wash the stink off of that and kill crypto that way. But whatever the case, look, there's no reason for the government to try to kill this new technology. This is leading to a lot of new and exciting places. I think it's very good that people have alternatives to fiat currency, which is constantly losing value. Myself, I don't own any. It's a little too volatile of an asset class for me personally. I'm still a gold fan. But whatever the case, I see no reason why people should not get involved in crypto, why they shouldn't research it, right? Do your own due diligence on it. Now, in terms of financial, as a financial advisor said, I would not put anything more into it than you're willing to lose, right? You got to treat it like a speculative asset because it still doesn't have a true monetary premium attached to it. But whatever the case, again, I love the fact that it's a new disruptive technology, and I love the fact that the White House is embracing it as such and is not trying to kill it like the last administration did.
EJ, thank you. Thanks so much for coming on today. Really appreciate it.
Dom, my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
You are welcome. EJ Antoni here on Talk Radio 1210. All right, a lot there. I'd love to have him and Steve Moore together on tariffs. Not that they'd kill each other, but he put a happier face on the tariff situation. I'm still not there as much as I admire him. Philosophically, it's too much the textbook in my mind. All the way back to, what was it, the Great Depression, the tariffing. This isn't anywhere near that. And you heard what he said. A lot of these people don't know what to do with a bear market. All right, fair enough. Phone lines, we're coming to you, 855-839-1210. And also, coming up, next in the Newsom podcast, Steve Bannon. I'm not sure when that drops. It'll be in the next few days, I think. Again, the point I would make with Newsom, he's not conning anybody. It's nothing to be, oh, man, now he's going to get MAGA people to believe that he's reasonable because he'll have on Steve Bannon. All right? I still think the stuff he did on trans is still reverberating. It helps us. It makes the point. He's under fire for it. 855-839-1210. That's how you get in.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
An American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard helps you tackle that to-do list. Get up to 3% cash back at home improvement stores, groceries, and pharmacies. And when the chores are done, treat yourself to a well-deserved vacation, earning 2% cash back on travel, hotels, and ride shares, and 1% on everything else you buy, including online purchases. Apply today at AmericanHeritageCU.org/credit cards. Subject to credit approval, insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no payments and no interest for 24 months. Now through March 31st at Window Nation. Schedule a free consult at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com and tell them you heard about it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at the Keswick Theater, Saturday, April 5th.
I love the orchestra, the music.
It was fantastic. I saw it before. This one was absolutely marvelous.
Proceeds go to the 5 Abington Fire Companies to replace protection gear permanently damaged in the recent SPS fire. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Keswick in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. And help the Abington firefighters. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
All right, that's stylings of Little Yachty. It's a yacht rock guy, right? A yacht rock rapper
Little Yachty.
who has come out stingingly against, Black Lives Matter as a scam, essentially.
Kind of said it more in a joking manner, though, but he's serious when he says it. He actually doubles down on it. You want to hear it?
Yeah.
BLM? Since you want to be so black power?
BLM is a scam.
Clip that! Send it to the fucking news.
BLM was literally a scam. They had bought mansions, and you probably wouldn't know anything about it because you don't care about black people. So you don't follow black
I do care about black people. Look at my chocolate. You're mad.
It's a disguise.
Ooh, he just called it a disguise.
I think I'm literally the most pro-black person in this room.
Because you have an all-white staff?
They're not white. They're POC. Thank you. But don't laugh.
I do have a gay, so I also am.
Gay?
Oh man. So he calls her out for her DEI employee. This is a host, Quinlan Blackwell. She does a cooking show. And when asked about BLM, he bites back, and then he doubles down and says, well, look at you. You don't care about black people. You got an entire white staff. She says, they're all people of color. And then one guy chimes in and says, well, I'm gay. It's fascinating that this is the way that this is thought of, Dom.
We ought to book this guy or get him on the Meghan Markle show. That's where I want to see this guy.
I'd love to have Yachty on.
Yeah.
Are you a Yachty fan there, Henry?
You know what, when he broke out, I was in high school. It was that summer of 2016 with this song you're hearing now, Broccoli, and a few other songs he's put out over the years. Yeah, I'd say I'm a big fan of his.
All right.
He's a cool dude.
All right, we'll have to book him. I'm sure we got an event coming up.
Henry, get on it.
Get on it. Let's go to Robert and Ben Salem in the meantime. Robert,
you a little Yachty fan?
Yes.
Hey, how you guys doing today? It's good to talk to you.
Same
Tom,
here,
man.
Robert.
If you could get E.J. Antoni, Stephen Moore, and Larry Kudlow, they could have their own show. That would be an amazing educational for us regular folks out here when it comes to the economy. But what he left out is, and people are hearing about it, it's the stock market going down. And do you remember that call a long time ago when that guy said that he was enjoying his stock, his stocks, and he was looking good because of Bidenomics and stuff like that? And I told you it's because it was inflated because of green stocks. When Biden printed up that $4.8 trillion and they did them three big spending bills, a lot of it went to green technology. $2.2 trillion of it went to green technology. That's why these people invested in it. That's why the stock market went up. And now that money's going to be drying up, the stocks are going to become worthless. Warren Buffett sold $130 billion. It's like 6 or 7 guys that are selling off at a large rate with their green stocks, and that's driving the market down.
Well, wait a minute. I think that goes a little too far. That's part of it. I agree. I was on a show last week, Robert, just to give you a little background. I was on Newsmax, and, you know, they put 3 people on a panel. You have like 6 minutes. I talk fast. There's 2 hosts, and they were just laughing and saying, well, this is all just the stocks were overvalued. I didn't have a chance. They didn't come around to me again to say, come on, are you kidding me? There's some of that. But it's also the tariff thing. You know, they like to know predictability. This is a very hard thing to predict.
Yeah, but that's not something that would be a set drop in the market. A big sell-off would be. And these stocks are going to become worthless, and the stock market is going to take a big bump because of it. Tariffs come and go. This bubble that was created by Biden is going to burst, and a lot of people that had green stocks in their portfolios are going to be hurt by it. It'll be temporary, but it'll last long enough.
And I agree. Here's what I'm revolting to. So you probably have a sense of this. This Lutwick guy, the commerce guy, has got too much to say, and the other day said, so what if there's a recession? It'll be worth it. Whoa, let's stop using that word. Let's not go anywhere near there. It's not going to be worth it.
There's not going to be a recession, Dom. $2 trillion of investment, 10,000 manufacturing jobs. You can't stop the growth. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. It's just a bunch of noise being made to generate little bad will towards Trump. Hold on one second.
What's he doing?
I think he's delivering. I can hear the bag.
Order.
What's in that DoorDash?
Rob, what's going on there?
Yes.
No, I'm still here. But
Okay.
what I'm saying is that the stock market is a good thing because you can't have trillions of taxpayer dollars subsidizing the stock market, and that's done. But it's going to be a correction because of it, and there's not going to be a recession. Let the left-wingers talk. And by the way, was one of the hosts on Newsmax Gary Arnell?
No, it was not.
Oh, I call and harass him weekly, but I'll get to my I'll get to my side answer. I'm going to go with Mikhail Gorbachev, who has that wine stain on his head that looks remarkably like Southeast Asia, if you look at it.
It looks like the hammer and sickle to me.
What did Robert get in the drive-thru?
That is, what did you get in the were you delivering or getting something?
I was delivering to a school teacher at a school.
And continuing macroeconomics talk, this guy can multitask.
See, some of us can, Doc.
That was well done.
You guys have a great day.
Thank you, Robert.
You guys thanks for the time. Have a good one.
Thank you. See, I could tell by Dan the sound, it's attuned in talk radio, that he was taking a bag the way he was squeezing it and handing it versus getting a bag.
Yeah.
That's what my ears were telling me.
Very trained ears.
Oh, after years of this, I picture any caller, you know.
That was impressive by Robert there.
Yeah. I would picture Henry to be about 6'2". There you go. 855.
Right on the money.
Just sounds like that, yes. 855.
Henry sounds like he's 7'8" with his voice.
I wish.
How you doing?
855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Here is my favorite sound of the day, Dan. This is cut 14. This is Congressman Burgess Owens, African-American conservative. They're having a committee here on school choice. School choice is coming in the fore. And, Dan, I think next week we're going to be able to announce something big on that front that the three of us are involved in. Huge, in fact, on school choice. Well, at least that's what I'm planning. I don't know if we're going to be ready or not, but we can at least announce the rocket's ready to go. But here is Burgess Owens with one of the enemies of school choice, asking her what type of school did she go to? Was she public school educated? Here we go.
Private school choice.
So did you go to a public school system?
No, I went to a private school.
Okay, you went to Head Royce School. Why? I spent time in Oakland. You had a choice in Oakland to go to public schools also. Why didn't your parents do that for you?
Well, I would remind you that children generally don't choose the school that they go to.
No, your parents did. Your parents had a choice. And your parents paid $30,000 to $50,000 a year for your choice. What gets me is how people like yourself, I would say this across the board, parents who have an option. They put their kids in the best schools. They know that's an investment for their kids' future. And yet you come here and say how well it doesn't work. I just want to read this real quick. In reality, students who use voucher experience worse educational outcomes than their public school peers. Obviously, your parents didn't think that way because they put you in a private school.
Yeah, they hear this all the time. So all these parents are willing to spend $30,000, $50,000, $60,000, and they're getting worse outcomes. No, we're tired of this. I do hope, look, Trump's got a lot of big matters going on. I do hope the Republican Party seizes this. It's ripe. It's ready to go. It's stunning, the people out there that are for school choice. And the testimony of this woman, I watched a lot of it, was just a perfect example. Well, I didn't make that choice. My parents. Okay, your parents. Why did they do it? Well, they thought there'd be better outcomes. Exactly, that's why they did it. Why are you stopping poor people from doing it? Why, Randy Weingarten the other day saying, we get rid of the Department of Education, what's going to happen? They're going to have more money. They're going to give it to vouchers. Randy, you're so right. That's exactly what's going to happen. I haven't seen any footage today because the Department of Education is shutting down. About 1,300 employees are being laid off. And you may remember the last time this happened, they had that private security guy in front of the building with the USAID taking questions from Maxine Waters. It's almost like a script. It's almost like Saturday Night Live. You can't write it. All right, more calls coming up. Great question today. I love the Gorbachev one. That is an all-time, birthmarks. Some facial feature of one sort or another that really, when you look at it, is a very distinctive, person known for it in some way, shape, or form. 855-839-1210.
Weather sponsored by Kitchen Magic.
A cooler air mass builds into the Delaware Valley today as the wind shifts more out of the northeast. It'll be partly sunny, high temperatures still above average near 60, cooler to the east of Philadelphia. Tonight becoming mostly cloudy with a low near 40. And for Thursday, partly sunny skies once again, a bit cooler with a high 54.
Make magic happen with Kitchen Magic. Their experts will guide you every step of the way, from free in-home design consultation to top-notch installation. Right now, enjoy 40% off installation, 40% off the cost of installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com today.
Join us for the next Crash Proof Retirement Educational event to witness documentation and learn how you can earn double-digit interest returns like many of our Crash Proof clients with none of the pitfalls of investing on the market.
Roseanne Fitzgerald, Upper Darby, Pennsylvania. With Crash Proof, we earn 20% interest, which is credited. What we've earned can never be taken away.
Marilyn Becker's, Malvern, Pennsylvania. The 13% and 20% returns we received this year gets added to the principal. There's no fees, and you can sleep at night. You can't get that on Wall Street.
Paul Wirtz. I'm from Philadelphia. I earned 24% this year. No matter what happens in the future this year or next year, I know that my principal is protected, my retirement is secure.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on March 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-431-2715. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-431-2715. 800-431-2715. 800-431-2715.
At Scott Auto Group, you're welcomed as their guest. Whether shopping for a new car or need vehicle service, Scott Auto Group makes it easy. You'll feel the difference. That's the meaning behind their sailboat logo. Your experience is always smooth sailing. Visit Scott Honda in West Chester and Vineland, New Jersey, Scott Kia in Springfield, and the new Scott Kia of Limerick. Scott has fantastic used cars too at Scott Select Dealership and collision repair at Scott Collision. You'll be seeing a lot more sailboats on the road. Visit ScottAutoGroup.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano's show. In a moment, we'll talk a little bit about Newsom and now Steve Bannon on his podcast. Dan, do you know who Scott Peterson is? I'm just trying to test how famous or infamous this guy is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's one of the few times, I thought death penalty, then he's in life imprisonment, kills the wife, she's pregnant, I forget how many months along. Well, he's making news again today from prison because he got into a heated game of pickleball at the Mule Creek State Prison in California when another prisoner took exception to the convicted murderer's playing style and served him a butt whooping, says TMZ.
He refused to let it drop on his side before it went over to the other side of the net.
Oh, was it?
No, I have no idea.
I'm not sure. I mean, a pickleball brawl. How in the world are we letting these guys play pickleball in prison?
And that was the husband of Lacey Peters.
Yeah.
Would you rather them be lifting like rusty weights
Well,
and playing
that's true,
basketball?
too. Yeah,
with
that's all day.
No net on the hoop.
Yeah.
Can you imagine like a convicted 5-time murderer though in his pickleball?
Yeah, playing pickleball, and the other guy beats him up.
Knee-high socks.
Yeah. So I thought he was in a hard-time penitentiary, not one of these.
What's he doing playing pickleball?
Pickleball. All right.
Fun.
So we have Adam Kinzinger, alleged former Republican, independent, really just someone who has Trump derangement syndrome, breaking down now what Gavin Newsom's doing. I'm telling you, this Newsom stuff, you're looking at it the wrong way if you think, oh my God, we're going to be conned by this guy. He's not conning anybody. He lost the first interview with Charlie Kirk. Kirk sounded like the host. The interview he did yesterday, the podcast with Michael Savage. Yeah, Michael Savage. He tried to prove that California is much more reasonable than Florida. He's still on the DeSantis thing. So now he's bringing on Steve Bannon. Here's Kinzinger breaking down what he thinks of this.
I woke up this morning fully expecting the outrage of the day to be something that like Trump did, or the fact that Jared Golden, a Democrat, voted for the continuing resolution last night, which is also insane. And then I see this. I see that Gavin Newsom has decided to invite Steve Bannon on his podcast, and they're going to have just a wonderful conversation. Last week he had Charlie Kirk on his podcast. That I didn't get extremely outraged about, even though Kirk is one of the bad guys. Bannon is the author of this chaos we're seeing right now. Bannon is the one that says you need to flood the zone with shit. Bannon is the one that has basically authored where we are and what Donald Trump wants. And because Gavin Newsom wants to run for president and thinks he's going to be this healer, he brings on this nationalist. Many of us on the right sacrificed our careers taking these people on, and Newsom's trying to make a career with them. This is insane.
All right, my God, let's unpack that. You're not on the right, first of all, buddy. You weren't on the right. Stop it already. You have Trump derangement syndrome. All right. He's bringing on people to ask them, essentially, it's part of the cover story, what should Democrats be doing? And he's got the guy, and Dan, I don't know how much you were, Henry wasn't into talk radio then. Bannon at one point, early on in the election cycle, and then into the first year of the Trump administration, in the first time around in 2017, really, had this whiteboard in which he had all these things they were going to accomplish, giant whiteboards of stuff. And he is the guy, not that Trump needs any, Trump thinks the same way, of flooding the zone. But he owned that. Former naval intelligence guy, he's a multimillionaire and all. And people love Steve Bannon then. And then something happened. Trump got tired of it. Similar to, will it be like Elon Musk? Elon Musk has more cachet. And Bannon disappeared. And then he got caught up in the building the wall scam, et cetera. And this show, I've had him on a few times, but he is seen as pretty radioactive. He's not Alex Jones, I wouldn't say. But, you know, he's out there. So, Dan, your theory, what do you think Newsom's doing here?
Newsom has a producer
Yeah.
that is sitting there with Gavin Newsom and saying, we have this podcast we want to launch. We want to make you relatable, mostly to Democrats, because the audience you're trying to get is Democrats, moderate Democrats in specific.
Right.
So how can we make Democratic policies look palatable to the general audience? Well, let's bring on someone that we can have a intellectual conversation with, that we know we can get one over on, that we can dupe. So I think the producers and Gavin are sitting there looking at Charlie Kirk or looking at Steve Bannon, taking what's been hashed to them, the secondhand reporting about their careers in leftist media about how they're idiots. Well, we know they're not idiots. We know that they do have some points behind them, and we know Democratic policies are so stupid that even the worst conservative is still more intelligent when hashing out the full policy. So I think they're sitting there trying to cherry pick the worst of the worst on purpose, who they think is the worst of the worst, in hopes that Gavin Newsom can come out looking great from their interview, when in reality, there's absolutely no Democratic policy that can do that for him.
Why would he give up then? All right, or was this just a mistake? Why would he give up the trans issue? Now he then said, but be nice.
Because I don't think he thought he would even have to address it, because he thought he was
Okay.
so intellectually superior that he could direct the conversation how he wanted to, and obviously we saw how that went. Didn't go so well.
Yeah, I guess he got boxed into it a little bit. I more think he thought he would play with that a little bit and put it out there and see what would happen. But you may be right. He just got caught with Charlie Kirk, who...
And I specifically bring
boxed him in.
Kinzinger's
Yeah.
clip to this because I think there's a underlying thing here. I think Adam Kinzinger, leaving the Republican Party, heading over to Democrats, talking at the DNC, he wants to be the one that sets the stage as to how can moderation happen. And he's pissed off because he was going to run on that. He was going to run on that in 2028. When he puts his name out there for presidential policy, he wants to be the one in the middle. And now Gavin Newsom's trying to step over him and reach out to moderates in a way that Kinzinger isn't happy. So he's got to find a way to distance himself from somebody trying to appeal to moderates. How does he do that? Well, Steve Bannon, there you go.
I haven't even thought about him. He's so far, I don't see what constituency, but you may be right. Or he thought he'd be the advisor, the kingmaker of who is it that can settle all this in moderation, et cetera. So there's nobody out there. You're not going to do that. We're going to be in 2028 over the same issues. When you have the other side, 80-20 issue, the trans thing, they won't give it up. Illegal immigration, they won't give it up. And the one I've been talking about the last couple of days, I'm going to talk about in the next hour again, this maniac here on a visa, that they don't get it, that he doesn't have the rights of a U.S. citizen. It's not a free speech issue at Columbia. This guy's dangerous to the country, dangerous to you and me, and particularly dangerous toward women. They're all rallying around that, and they're actually bringing some libertarian dopes into this. Look, I think with a small L, a lot of people listening might be libertarian. Government stay out of our lives, live and let live. That's all good. That is a good philosophy. But the extension of this thing becomes craziness, that we have to have this guy in the country Otherwise, we're not true Americans. We don't believe in the Constitution and freedom of speech. I'd love to debate that anywhere, anytime with that. That's not what this is about. We have laws on this stuff. Hamas is labeled a terrorist organization by law. By law, they are. By statute. This guy is here. He's like we're inviting him over to our house. He can be kicked out at any time. Dan invites me over. Hey, Dominic, Maisie doesn't like this. Get the hell out of here. What did I do? It doesn't matter. Get out.
Got to walk the dog
Yeah,
down. Sorry.
yeah, sorry. Politely to say, good night, everybody. It's only 8:30. What's going on here? By the way, a little secret with Roe. It's not about people leaving. If she says be there at 7 o'clock, yeah, everybody's coming at 7 o'clock, Dan. She doesn't want you there at 7 o'clock. She wants you there later. It's never late enough. I'm not ready.
Yeah, I never show up right at 7.
Yeah, right, exactly.
What heathen does that? Showing up on time.
Yeah. I could see Dan. All right, Maisie, it's 6:59, synchronized. Let's start walking in.
We actually had to go recently to a roller
right
a roller skating party,
right,
and the conversation was that the party starts at 1.
Right.
Should we get there at 12:50? Be a little bit early. And
no.
But the thing is, though, now this is where it changes. It's a surprise party, and they don't list
you
what time
need to do
what
that.
time
Yeah.
the surprise is happening.
Yeah.
But the surprise did happen at 1:30. We showed up around 1:10. Everything was okay, and there was a debate. I said,
Right.
there's no way that they're doing the surprise right at 1 o'clock because, as you're saying here, there are so many people out there wondering, is 1 o'clock the start time or is that the surprise time? Yeah, so we finally decided to go a little bit late. But it's a conversation I think you have often.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You want to be polite. Yeah. All right, let me go to Mark in Glen Mills. I think he's mad at Dan. He can't be mad at me on the Bannon thing. What did I say? Me? Oh, come on,
Yeah,
Henry.
you.
It was Dan.
It was you.
Well, I don't remember saying that. Hey, Mark, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dom. No, I was just calling in because, you know, I don't know, you kind of characterized Bannon as out there a little bit.
Here's the evidence. Why is he not with the whiteboard with Trump? Why did that blow up after a year? Is it that Trump started to think, yeah, this guy had a brilliant thought, flood the zone, but then after that, he's out there?
Well, I mean, when you look at a lot of the people in the Trump administration, he didn't bring them back for the second term. I don't know. Maybe he didn't want to. Maybe he didn't want to work. Maybe he didn't want to be involved. I don't know.
Well, Mark, I got to go
idea
back. Wait a minute, Mark. Got to go back. It wasn't not coming back for the second term. If you remember, it was kind of messy. Suddenly, he was forced out there, and that was early on. He gave him.
They threw him in jail.
Well,
they threw him in jail.
That's later on. No, I'm talking about Trump. They seem to get tired of it. So you have to admit he has said and done. I mean, the wall stuff is almost unforgivable.
Well, I don't know. I just kind of viewed him as a Breitbart guy and kind of an architect of everything that Trump kind of did the first term. And I thought his ideas, the ones that I've heard, are awesome. I mean, I don't know. It's just my opinion, but
do you follow him? Do you follow him that closely now?
I don't. No.
Okay.
But
yeah.
I've seen him interviewed on YouTube, and I've seen his vision of the world and where we should be as a country in it, and I think it's far from out there. But you know, they think anybody that makes sense anymore is out there. So who knows?
Well, I give credit. I would say, as I said, Trump's instincts probably were toward that, but he is the original flood the zone guy, and he still says that today. And it is a solid. That's the only way you get anything done in Washington. That is a great legacy, the flood the zone stuff.
Yeah. Yep. I just think we need a little more flood in the zone and all the Republicans so they can stick together and we start winning this thing. Because if we don't, like Trump says, we could lose our country. You know, even what you're saying about these protests, these students and these Democrats, I don't know. They think like no one. I don't know. I'm an old guy, but I just can't wrap my head around what they're thinking.
Gotcha. Thank you, Mike. Thanks. I'll register that as didn't like what Dan said. Okay, I got it. He is the flood the zone guy. All right, but it was messy with Trump in the White House. So to Dan's point, though, I think Gavin Newsom and his producer are looking for people that they can maybe find an issue or two that they think helps them with somebody that's more moderate or they look smarter and more moderate.
He's a politician. He's not a host.
Yeah, right.
Like
exactly.
you, like for example, after an interview, it doesn't matter what kind of what kind of like a politician. They always have to carefully protect their image. So the entire point of going into an interview for a politician is to come out the other side looking better than when they went in.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the producer has that in his mind. That doesn't apply for a podcast host. A podcast host doesn't have to worry about looking great at the end of an interview like a politician does, and that's why I suggest I think they're just trying to win one over and over again. It's people that they think they can beat in an intellectual debate, and they just can't because their policies suck.
Yeah, and again, under the gun, giving up the trans thing. Now, I more thought that he was going to do that with Charlie Kirk to make himself look different. But maybe you're right. Maybe he just got overwhelmed in the middle of it and thought, yeah, well, I guess that's okay. That's fair. And then he went on to something else. But he lost that first podcast. The one with Michael Savage was more avuncular. I didn't see anything too much there. But Steve Bannon and Newsom, that's good stuff. I don't know if Bannon's ever been on with Joe Rogan or not. I don't know if Newsom has been on. Would Newsom go on? Maybe not. All right, 855-839-1210. Coming to you, more calls coming up. And Money Melody a little bit later on. And I do want to talk about this guy at Columbia. There was a court case today around it. Hundreds of people were there protesting, fighting with cops, many of them arrested. This isn't a First Amendment case, not even a little bit. If they want to die on this hill, this is a place to die. If you'd like to offer a defense, though, you think it's a First Amendment, we'd love to hear it. Hey, let's face it, most people fear the dentist. It's a real thing. It's called dentophobia. Now, Dr. Bentz knows this, and I've seen over the years how he treats even a slightly fearful patient. You don't have to be cringing. It could be just anything. There are people that I've seen there that really get upset, full-on anxiety attack, tears and all. Well, Dr. Bentz and his great staff worked with her every step of the way, doing whatever it took, each appointment gradually to make the person feel more comfortable. Giving her space when needed slowly showed her a positive, comfortable, and safe experience. And now, after a few months, she's comfortable and confident when she visits. Told you about the woman that listened to the show in Ocean City, drove all that way, 8.5 years, had not been to a dentist. Wow, you know that's going to be a problem. So it doesn't matter what level of fear you have, or if it's just kind of distasteful to you to go to the dentist, you just don't like it. You can count on Dr. Bentz and his staff for a pleasant dental experience and unbelievable expertise, infrastructure, and buy-in by the patient. Just give Dr. Bentz a call at 610-272-6949. Make that appointment today. Take care of that dental work you've been putting off. Finally get the smile that you've always wanted. 610-272-6949. Get that initial evaluation. That's the key. Or BentzDentalGroup.com.
Oh, mornings. Some people love them.
Okay, you have everything for your math test. And Mom, you have my lunch.
Some people hate them.
Everybody get in the car. Go, go, go.
We've all got to do them. Good thing Wawa's up and ready for you every morning. With fresh coffee, hot sizzlies, and fast, friendly service to keep your morning moving right along. Mornings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
The Philly Boat Show is back, March 14th through 16th at the Expo Center at Oaks. Shop and compare 20 dealers from 4 states. Get low boat show only prices. See saltwater fishing boats, pontoons, ski boats, jet boats, bass boats, and more. Philly Boat Show, March 14th through 16th. Expo Center at Oaks. Details at phillyboatshow.com. That's phillyboatshow.com.
Why settle for any meal deal when you can have one you really want? Wawa's $5 Big Breakfast Deal gets you any Sizzly breakfast sandwich, any size and flavor hot or iced coffee, plus a hash brown, all for just $5. Now featuring our new French Toast Sizzly. It's the $5 Big Breakfast Deal, and Wawa made it big just for you. Big taste, big value. Mornings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
All right, Dr. Giordano's show, and thinking about this Newsom podcast with Steve Bannon coming up. Bannon, Dan mentioned that yesterday on MSNBC they were leading with this antagonism between Bannon and Musk. And, you know, Bannon is class warfare sort of shtick that he does. And Musk is a target, saying he's going to lead us astray. So this has been going on for a little bit. And the Newsom people thinking, yeah, we'll get him on here, Bannon, and try to drive this wedge with Musk and President Trump. I don't think that's going to be easy to do. Apparently, Musk is ready to contribute $100 million to the Trump political operation. Now, this is where Trump really has flexed a lot of muscle. In other words, even though term limited, he's running all out like he's running for another term, in that they're putting a lot of money into the political organization to get things done, to get it over the top. Calling for a primary on Massey, though, is out of bounds. You know, I don't agree with Massey not voting for this, but I think he's a legit guy. Sadly, it's out there. Seen it several places from him. Rand Paul is a no when this gets to the Senate. The problem with that, we already need 7 Democrats to vote yes to get this continuation, no shutdown of the government, and then move on to the bigger bill, what we really want. If that comes up 1 vote short, that's going to be tough stuff. So I think Rand is a bit estranged from where things are going now. He's a great guy. And I think Massey is a very purist. You know, you can accuse him of being a grandstander. Voted against this. 1 Democrat did vote for it, though. So
there was a time that Bannon called Musk a, quote, parasitic illegal immigrant.
Yeah. So you see, that's where their judgment
They're going to try to get him to double down and
I think
attack
he will.
Musk.
I think he will. But, you know, Dan, it didn't seem to have any impact that I can tell in Trump world. I don't think the president's still enamored with Musk in large measure. Everybody else thinks, and by the way, if the government shuts down, DOJ might have a clearer path to go after stuff during that. I don't think it's going to stop any of this. You only put the guardrails on when you get into sensitive areas. One of them is the VA. Even though I think there's a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse, a tremendous amount in the VA, and I think they're going after it appropriately. All right, coming up, big 2 o'clock hour, Dom's Money Melody. And this from USA Today. Donald Trump has successfully coerced your Philadelphia Eagles into providing cover for his cruelty. Guy named Michael Sykes, who's a columnist for them and is a Eagles fan, he says if the Eagles go in April to the White House, they'll be in the history books someday when the tale is told of this fascist in the White House. Can you imagine? You're going to see more of this here in Philadelphia, too. This
Can't
type
hear
of
me. I'm rolling my eyes.
Yeah, I know. I'll give you some of the lines in here. You talk about over the top. My goodness. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, it's Rich. When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? Of course. That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Natural Lawn has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds since 1987. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer, free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. People ask us, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring, or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, we've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results to our clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of our local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 267-692-6136. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 267-692-6136. That's 267-692-6136.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. So this guy, Michael Sykes, for the win, he calls his column, USA Today. I gave you the headline. He says, this isn't necessarily about political viewpoints or protecting some pie-in-the-sky idea of the sanctity of the office. to accept and visit, you're making a commitment that says more. This is different. He cites the fact that way back in 1865, Andrew Johnson invited 2 amateur baseball teams to the White House. It was the start of the politics of this. He goes on to say, accepting an invitation to the White House is accepting an invitation to be used as a shield. It's all one big photo op, yeah? It does nothing but provide cover for a man who's caused people so much pain and strife. And then it says, when you shake the hand of this president, you're shaking hands, oh my gosh, of a man convicted of 34 counts of illegally influencing the 2016 presidential election. It means shaking hands with an administration pulling children out of schools to deport them with their families. Shaking hands with a man who's got thousands of federal jobs. Shaking hands with a man who's unleashing disease and famine across the world. And then he says this. If the Eagles are okay with this, that's a decision that the team will ultimately have to make. I just hope they know a decision like this will land them on the wrong side of history.
Oh.
The photos that will be taken will be included in textbooks students will read in another 20 years that describe the unprecedented atrocities that were committed against the people of this country. So, those offensive linemen, you better think twice. You're going to be in textbooks for kids. They're going to say, look at these fools from the NFL going there and covering, just like in the days of Hitler. That's what he's alluding to. Man, it just doesn't end. Now, I have not seen the first local sports writer, et cetera, dip their toe in the water here and say anything about this, but we'll let you know when they do. Again, we've been through this how many times? Maybe things have changed in their minds. Malcolm Jenkins was on the team then. That was something different. But I still am surprised because at that point in time with Trump, it was early on relatively in the first administration. What was the issue that would have provoked some of them not to go? And I think, Dan, I wasn't talking with you. It was somebody else out here. I don't want to say. They were guessing, well, who do you think might not go? Will that trigger anything if there's several of these people that won't go? That's a little hard to say. I think most of them are going to go.
I said it yesterday. I think the only people that may not go are the ones that have been leaving us via free agency.
Right. Yeah. But I mean, one's on the team now. I think they're going to go with this. Maybe it is a different time, and there's no one figure like Malcolm Jenkins driving this to say not to go, even if the team goes. And this apparently will be sometime, I think it was April 28th is the date they gave. The big headline that's positive, though, is the inflation rate. The core inflation rate is the best in 4 years. Egg prices down pretty substantially. Gas prices down, unleashing energy. We have sightings around here. Several people sent them to me about $2.85 a gallon, York and County Line Road. That's pretty good. We have not seen that in a while. I have not seen too many places where it's under $3 yet. But I would say by this weekend, till we really get into summer driving season, this could go down pretty substantially. All the indicators are there, are going the right way. All right, so 855-839-1210 will get you in. Now, this guy over at Columbia, ex-Obama staffers, the Rhodes guy that we've talked about before and others, talking about Mr. Khalil, who's here on a visa. They condemned the ADL. Now, the ADL is pro-Israel, Anti-Defamation League, against anti-Semitism, but they are a liberal outfit. They usually don't go down this path. They supported this deportation. They make them that this is a long time coming. This violates several statutes. This guy is here on a visa. He's not an American citizen. It's not a freedom of speech case. But the Obama, those guys that do the podcasts and all this, they're outraged over this. And you're seeing more Democrats now on an issue Now, the average person may not be focused on this. It's not like the trans thing. They are. But when they hear about this and they see this and they see this guy, this is another big loser. And yet some of the websites that I'm on, some of the stuff I get every day from various groups, they're making this a cause célèbre. They see this as a way for Democrats to say, we're tough. We're not taking this anymore. We're going to stand up to Trump. Americans support the First Amendment. And I guess they're hoping that people won't know the full story here. And they're saying, you're next. You'll be removed. You'll be silent. The point I'm loving to make with this guy, though, that gets in their face is not only this isn't a First Amendment. Not only is he supporting one of the world's worst terrorist groups, not only supporting aiding and abetting in the face of October 7th, he wants to end Western civilization. He is anti-woman up and down the line. This whole rotten group, that's what they're about. They either want to boss around women, they want to attack women, they want to set women on fire in some of these places. And the left says nothing. And there is word that the president the last few days has started to rekindle the idea of some of these countries that are very suspect not allowing them to get visas coming into the United States. Remember that in the first term. It was pretty early on. I hope he does it. This is another issue that is a huge loser. Sadly, in some of the people on that side, they say they're libertarians, and they can't stand this. They think this is a First Amendment right. I remember when Obama killed the murderer that was Islamic in Yemen. He was an American citizen. That part on paper was true. This guy deserved to be taken out. He was a threat to us. Well, you didn't have a trial for him. He's running around doing this in the middle of Yemen. Are you serious? When we had a shot, Obama took it, and it's one of the few times he was completely right. So is this about the First Amendment? Are we going to be lectured to? And this is what we're hearing. You can't be America if you deport this guy. Barnard College, which may be worse than Columbia in some ways, they're now issuing an edict saying ICE is not allowed on their campus. Hey, it's America. ICE is allowed on your campus. And we're not going to allow you to hide people that mean to do us harm and damage that are here illegally. This college should be defunded maybe more than Columbia.
I do have a clip from Susie Weiss on Fox News today. She's a free press reporter who moved the needle a little bit further on the whole situation, talking about the enrollment of Columbia and the percentage that are indeed foreign students. Take a listen.
Over half of Columbia's enrollment is foreign students, and they're the ones, of course, who pay full tuition. Yeah. And so of the general studies student population. And that raises two questions. One, why is the American taxpayer, the Free Press reported that, $400 million in federal grants have been yanked. Why are American taxpayers paying to educate people who aren't Americans? And two, it raises this question about immigration and which way the cultural exchange is going.
Mm-hmm. So the other day, 2 days ago, I do believe, right? This is Wednesday. So I think on Monday, Harvard froze hiring. Mm-hmm. What do you make of that? How do you read that?
It's interesting because a lot of these federal grants go to the hard sciences. So the professors who are supporting the protesters, supporting, BDS resolutions, saying, screw it to the administration, they're not the ones who are going to get pinched by the fact that Trump is pulling grant funding. So you're going to see a civil war within the universities of the serious researchers saying, hey, we just want to do our research. We don't want to get, in this, fight with the administration over this versus the ones who say, no, this is the hill we're going to die on.
All right, nice cut there, Dan. Yeah, I agree. That's happening. And to that point, can you imagine at Columbia, one half are foreign? Why would we do? Well, they pay full tuition. They're willing to pay more to get in here. And then they come here and they disrupt and hate this country. Why continue to do that? Don't give Columbia money then. Now, I remember this, and I'm usually not the voice of restraint, Dan. I think I told you. I may have said it on the air then. I was invited to speak with this guy who's a really good guy in the media, teaches a part-time class at Drexel, I think it was, right? It was at the height of what the Chinese did in response to Daryl Morey saying free Hong Kong on a tweet. I think it was a tweet.
Yeah.
And being lectured to by geopolitical master, LeBron James and Charles Barkley. Shut up. There's serious money here. Who do you think you are? Stop fooling around with this. David Silver, who Mr. Progressive often, dancing around for quite a bit on China and what was going on here. And I was confronted, and they weren't screaming or anything, then there would have been trouble, by a couple of students from China who were here saying I didn't know what I was talking about. Really? Okay. They didn't defend it. They just said how offensive and harmful this is to the Chinese. I didn't say, well, you know what? I really don't care. That's the point. I really don't care. They're the enemy. They're not an adversary. They're the enemy of the world. Yesterday, we did the 5 years of COVID. Who precipitated that, covered it up, etc.? Here's a little bit of Secretary of State Marco Rubio commenting on Colombia and this guy.
When you come to the United States as a visitor, which is what a visa is, which is how this individual entered this country, as on a visitor's visa, okay, you are here as a visitor. We can deny you that visa. We can deny you that if you tell us when you apply, hi, I'm trying to get into the United States on a student visa. I am a big supporter of Hamas, a murderous, barbaric group that kidnaps children, that rapes teenage girls, that takes hostages, that allows them to die in captivity, that returns more bodies than live hostages. If you tell us that you are in favor of a group like this, and if you tell us when you apply for your visa, and by the way, I intend to come to your country as a student and rile up all kinds of anti-Jewish student, anti-Semitic activities, I intend to shut down your universities. If you told us all these things when you applied for a visa, we would deny your visa. I hope we would. If you actually end up doing that, once you're in this country on such a visa, we will revoke it. And if you end up having a green card, not citizenship, but a green card as a result of that visa while you're here in those activities, we're going to kick you out. It's as simple as that. This is not about free speech. This is about people that don't have a right to be in the United States to begin with. No one has a right to a student visa. No one has a right to a green card, by the way. So when you apply for a student visa, or any visa to enter the United States, we have a right to deny you for virtually any reason. But I think being a supporter of Hamas and coming into our universities and turning them upside down and being complicit in what are clearly crimes of vandalization, complicit in shutting down learning institutions. There are kids at these schools that can't go to class. You pay all this money to these high-priced schools that are supposed to be of great esteem, and you can't even go to class. You're afraid to go to class because these lunatics are running around with covers on their face, screaming terrifying things. If you told us that's what you intended to do when you came to America, we would have never let you in. And if you do it once you get in, we're going to revoke it and kick you out.
Great stuff from Marco Rubio. Here's the point. Does that sound like speech to you? Or does it sound like actions that this guy is aiding and abetting, shutting down and taking? It's actions. Aside from the fact, even if it's speech along these lines, you still could be kicked out. These are not American citizens. I don't care about his green card, and that's what Rubio said. And he's the first of many. These others are being asked, these colleges, to give up the names and status of these people, and then they're going to be kicked out. And if the college won't do it, they're going to be defunded. I would be defunding around the clock. That's what has to happen here. Why does my mind go to Central Bucks School District, too, in the middle of this? Defund them. That's the first thought I have on all this stuff. But can you imagine this guy? And Democrats want to fight it out on this. We're seeing signs of that. They do. They think this will unify them. They think Americans will be roused by this. They're not going to be. They're going to be roused the other way. They're saying, that's right. I'm tired of seeing these masquerades, the type of garb that they all put on, the rioting, the support of this guy. We're paying for that. That was a pretty good stat. 1/2 of the students at Columbia foreign born. Why? What about Americans? They pay full tuition, or more. They get full price. I remember this, as I told you, just something as simple as China and the NBA. I remember how angry Americans are. They get it. We're tired of hearing this stuff on this soil. What good is this guy to America? Well, he reinforces the idea. Don't you support people that have different ideas? It's not about ideas. It's about anti-Semitism. It's about action. It's about wanting to do what Hamas would do if they were here. That's exactly what this is about. This guy is going to go. It might take a while, but he's going to go. All right, right now, though, we go to
It's already that time.
Yeah, we're a little past that time.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Money gone.
And all this week, we're playing for a $50 gift card to Burger King. Coke Zero Sugar is now available at Burger King. Real Coca-Cola taste, zero sugar. There's an ice-cold Zero Sugar with the new Steakhouse Bacon Whopper sandwich with Swiss cheese, iconic A1 sauce, crispy onions, and peppercorn. Oh, yeah. Available now for a limited time at participating Burger King restaurants by our Burger King experts. Quite a deal. Dan, what's your backstory?
Do you want me to continue to correct the word, or should I just let it go?
That's okay. You can let it go.
I don't think Burger King likes it too much, Dom.
All right.
Aioli. So, Dom, today we're talking about distinct facial features, and I thought I'd take one that, if you're looking at him in his daily life, you might not recognize that this guy has distinct facial features until he practices his craft. And this is more of a visual, and I don't even have the visual because it'd be too easy for the YouTubers out there. But I'm going to play this guy at his craft, and I want the caller to call me or call us and tell us who this individual is practicing his craft, in which when he practices said craft, he has a very distinct facial feature. So all that out there, Dom, we want to know who this artist is. Take a listen. So if you could see what me and Henry are seeing right now, every time that music makes a noise, man, does that distinct facial feature really
all
pop.
Time. That is one of the most distinctive imaginable. All right, 855-839-1210. You got that? We got $50 to go off to Burger King. And I'm looking for anybody that's going to buy this thing that Democrats are willing to die on. This guy's got to be, they're actually saying, if he's forced out of America, this is no longer America. Can you make that case? Jump in, 855-839-1210.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Dawn Stensland here. The extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City combines luxury with performance across the full lines of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find a luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Just shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day?
If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Free speech lives here with Kale & Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It's the Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That is right, and a great one today. We're looking for original facial features, something that pops. This is an all-timer. Listen to this song being played. Tell us who's doing it.
Oh man, if you could see this video, Don.
Oh yeah,
it's shocking to see this guy
I
play.
can't think of any artist doing something quite like this guy. It is iconic. Chris in Wilmington. All right, Chris, who's the artist? Who's playing?
Hey, Dom, is it Dizzy Gillespie?
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
I can't think of anybody, the intensity, well, no, wait a minute. Now, wait a minute.
I was going to say.
I'll ask you, Chris. We got one of my favorite artists because, well, look, I know Dan with Springsteen. I'll leave him out of it for now. But I like intensity. I like somebody who runs into a wall. So Springsteen is one thing, but the great James Brown performing. I like Sweat.
Oh, I thought you were going to go with Louis Armstrong there and talk about how there's no one that compares to Dizzy besides Louis, I think.
That's true, but you can't beat James Brown for giving his all, right, Chris? Who do you think is more into it?
I respect the James Brown energy, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you, Chris.
If you haven't watched Dizzy Gillespie play the trumpet, though, it's fascinating. Like, the guy looks like his cheeks are about to explode, and they're huge. They're enormous.
Okay, I got something here, Dan. I'm taking under a look. I always want to win, but the talk show host of me says I have to talk about this, and you might find the sound. It just dropped. Last night, Krasner and Judge Dugan met. And oh, my goodness, you got to say, this guy in a debate, I could barely control myself with the thought of debating Larry Krasner. You know what I mean? You talk about energy. You talked about intensity with this. He, in front of this crowd in West Philly, this is in the Inquirer, Dan, from last night's debate. Sort of a debate. You have some?
No, it's probably not sound. Okay. If it's an Inquirer article, probably not sound.
Well, right. Maybe it's somewhere, I'm saying. Maybe somebody else has put it. I just didn't see it yet. He goaded the judge. And look, you know what? Maybe we bring the judge on tomorrow. I want to win, but I'm not going to be one of these guys that hide stuff from listeners. I'm not. You looking at the article, Dan? You see what I mean?
No.
Okay.
I'm trying to find the audio.
Okay. All right. So Krasner kept on goading Dugan, telling him he should condemn Trump so all the people in the Northeast can see it. Now, the Inquirer says Northeast Philadelphia, where Dugan hails from, has the largest concentration of people who voted for Trump in the overwhelmingly Democrat city. The crowd gasped. Dugan stood up from his chair. Are you kidding me? Do you think I'm a Trumper? I categorically denounced Donald Trump and his policies. The guy's a nut. I mean, come on. Well, wait a minute. We're not running against Donald Trump. We're running against each other. I got to say, Judge, not the answer, buddy. And I still want to beat Krasner. So, Dan, it's my duty. Henry, you're busy. Henry, is my duty as a talk host to ignore this? Or is it to tell people it?
No, bring it.
Okay, I'll give you the other side. On the shoulder over here, they're saying, can't have Krasner anymore. I'm sworn to that. So shouldn't I cover this up and say, you got to give Dugan a pass? What the hell else is he going to do here?
No. Look, part of the bio I wrote for you today for something is
Right.
you hold people's feet to the fire. And I don't think it matters
Right.
who or what side, even if it's for the greater good of getting Krasner out. You got to do it.
This is a real dilemma here. Yeah, I need to talk all kinds. Because what he could have said is, we're not running against Trump. Trump couldn't the judge, all right, let's get him on tomorrow, Dan. We have to have a talk. I can't let it go. Henry, to your point, he could have said, he should have been prepared for this. He could have said, look, we're not running against Trump, national politics. I'm running, et cetera. I don't agree with Trump on stuff, but obviously Trump has done some things that have energized the nation. Why is that so hard to say? I mean, it's hard for me to believe that you would stand up and be goaded into this. The moderator reminded the audience this is a primary. Both candidates are Democrats. Krasner said after the event he made his comment about Northeast Philadelphia because some neighborhoods are pro-Trump, and I'll be curious to see whether his declaration here is the same declaration in those rooms. Ah, God. There was something, too, about Judge Dugan's wife is a cop, and we had this incident at the Puerto Rican parade where Judge Dugan, in the mind of Krasner, went easy on a cop that was involved in a confrontation. I supported the cop in that, and I still do, and I think Judge Dugan was right. Dugan said he would generally not seek capital punishment, but left the door open in cases such as mass shootings. Okay, all right. How many times do I have to make this point? Why in the world do we play into this game? If you understand that capital punishment is moral and just, if I shoot 18 people, how about 17? How about 16? Then we get into capital punishment? No, Judge. No, anyone else. If you take the life of someone under Pennsylvania law, first-degree murder, if it meets all the regs of that, you get the death penalty, you get it timely, and you get it every single time. We don't need mass shootings. It doesn't have to be someone who's Mother Teresa or fill in the blank. It could be a big mouth like me. You get the death penalty. I get it. Philadelphia is so deranged, it's got to be hard on Judge Dugan. All right, I'd love to get your response. 855-839-1210. Should we be in the business of not reporting and talking about that? The greater good is to defeat Krasner. Should I just look the other way? I just think it's faulty. I don't know who's giving advice here. I think he'll come on tomorrow, and I'm going to say to him, Judge, would you like to rephrase this and say something positive about Trump, but you don't agree with him on X? Okay, that's fine. But, there's a lot of people in Philadelphia that are voters, too, and saying that Trump is a nut and stuff like this, that's not going to fly. I can overlook a lot of things to defeat Krasner, but a couple of the things here are just different. End of the show. I'm in a lather thinking about this. I don't know who's advising. Didn't you know this is what he would do? You got to go right at him. Right at him and what he has caused. And not be goaded into attacking President Trump on this. And I get it. The popularity of Trump, but it's growing across the city. Krasner then, I don't want him saying in Northeast Philadelphia, Trump is okay, but not in other places. Now we got this dilemma. Now everywhere he goes, he's going to be asked this. How does this guy skate along with the damage that he has done? 855-839-1210. If we get some of the sound of it, I'll let you hear it. And I just, look, I realize it's difficult to win in Philadelphia, given the issues that we see here that are just completely out of bounds. But I don't think you can attack in this manner. Now, wherever you go, this is going to be the thing, you're trumped up. And I like the judge. I like a lot of the things that he said. I'm going to give him a chance tomorrow's show then to say, look, this was the heat of the moment. Krasner had talked about my wife. That's another thing. That's it, buddy. Now, he didn't slur the wife. He said, your wife is a police officer, et cetera. Like, that's bad in Philadelphia, I guess. So I get it. But, man, come on, just say, look, I don't agree with Trump. We're not running with Trump. This is the tactic that you do every time. When he was elected president, are you saying then the people across Philadelphia that voted for him, they're nuts, they're racist, they're deranged? How about Newt Gingrich? Newt, parachute in here. Help with this. All right, 855-839-1210. What's your best advice on that? We'll see if the judge will come on tomorrow and talk about this. Still, he's the better candidate by far. I don't know how you can find anybody worse than Krasner at any time, at any day. I'd have to hear who that is. The Republicans can't put up a candidate. This candidate has to be goaded into attacking Trump. This is an insane city. This is a backward city with this nonsense, this progressivism. But guess what? Trump did a lot better this time around, not just in Northeast Philadelphia. Couldn't this have been a response? Yeah, you know what, Larry? President Trump did really well, really picked up from the last time around in North Philly, Latino neighborhoods. How about pushing back on that? 855-839-1210. Love to hear what you think on that. Or is a better policy, just win, overlook it, move on? I'll give him a chance to come on and maybe in a calmer manner. If he wants to say to me, President Trump is a nut, that type of stuff, then I have to assess all that. So I think he'll come on. Got to be listening tomorrow. I don't know what time. We'll address it. All right, let's talk a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, and stay active as you age. It's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue, improve stamina without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. Plus, it supports healthy blood pressure and overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Right now, Dom listeners, you can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order. Call 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com. Enter that code MyEnergy at checkout. Don't miss out. This exclusive deal will not last long. It's simple. Just go to res-q.com. Use that code MyEnergy, MYENERGY. Grab Rescue Orosine. Buy one, get one free savings. Stay energized. Stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
We'll get down to the upper 30s overnight with a few clouds here and there. More clouds tomorrow, high 55. Friday, we'll get up to around 60 with clouds in the morning, but the sun will come out later on. Saturday, 66, considerable cloudiness. Sunday, we'll get up to 69, but we're probably going to have some showers and some wind.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Need new doors and windows, but not high-pressure sales tactics?
If so, give Emmons a call today. At Emmons, we provide top-notch installation service with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction with brands like Anderson and Provia Windows and Doors.
And you can upgrade your home today with our energy-efficient options, which help save you money.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat-inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
It's Jack Daniels Madness during the month of March at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits stores with Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can and $1 off 4-packs. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day with 1.7 liters of Jack Daniels Original, Jack Fire, and Jack Honey, all for $3 off. And step up your game with Gentleman Jack 750 milliliters for $2 off. Celebrate responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Are you concerned with AMD? Now protecting your eyes is easier thanks to New Nordic's Blueberry Eye Supplements. Available now at Amazon.com or at NewNordicUSA.com.
Talk Radio 1210's 8th Annual Radiothon, benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation, presented by Edelman's Coins. It's Friday, March 21st. Listen from 6 a.m. till 7 p.m. for special guests, surprises, and fun, and help the Travis Manion Foundation empower veterans and families of the fallen, and unite the community through service. Listen all day Friday, March 21st on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Thanks to our sponsors, Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, Emmons Roofing, Windows and Solar, online at emmonsroofing.com, Bucks County Estate Traders, the finest collection of high-end and vintage furniture. Visit their huge showroom in Hatfield. Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. I'm picturing last night the home court advantage Larry Krasner had. West Philly, progressives, packed by his people, the whole deal. And, the racial edge there. This is what he bleeds on. But as I told you, and Dan is going through, it's an hour and 40 minutes. I don't know what we'll get today, but tomorrow we'll play a little bit up. We'll try to get the judge on. When it comes to Trump, don't you have to work out something in your mind? And if that's in his mind, is that where we have to go in Philadelphia? Do you just have to say, Trump's a nut. I don't support him. We're not running against Trump. And can't you pivot toward all the associations with Krasner and the type of nonsense that this guy engages in? All right. I realize it's not easy running against this guy in a place like Philadelphia. But somehow or another, you know and I know that Trump did a lot better this time around in Philadelphia. It's not just pockets in South Philly, Northeast Philly, Latinos, even some African-American neighborhoods, he did better. What is it that's there to build on? And then make the point, we're not running to beat Trump or not to beat Trump. We're running to stop the carnage that's been going on with this guy. All right, let's go to John in Westchester on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, John, afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Dom, Dan, and Henry. How are you guys today?
Great, John, thank you.
Never better.
That's good. So, Dom, I know what a big fan you are of Gene Simmons, and I know that it's not a true noticeable facial thing until he opens his mouth and sticks out his tongue.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
So, which I would then put in the same category as Dizzy Gillespie, as relatively normal-looking guy until he gets behind his horn. So,
yeah, he is. I had him on 3 times, and each time he is an entrepreneur. He gives an answer, then 30-second pitch, and another answer, then a 60-second pitch. It's amazing what they've been able to do. That's a good one.
Yeah, he's a walking infomercial. So
yeah,
but I didn't really have anything else I wanted to comment on. Well, I had everything I wanted to comment on, but I know it's late in the day.
Okay.
So
yeah, John, that's a very good one.
Have a great day.
Thank you, John. Thanks very much. Yeah, without a doubt. Again, I think this is the first debate with Krasner already running into the difficulties. And again, where I'm picturing this in West Philly is difficult, even for another Democrat like the judge to be involved in that. Will Krasner debate in a place like South Philly? What is it? Is it 39th where Trump did? Will he go down to South Philly and do that? Where he went after people just because they were standing in front of the Columbus statue? Is Krasner going to do that? How many armed guards would he have to have with him to be able to do that? So I get these are not easy things. But I do think you have to work on the Trump thing a little bit better than that. You know, as a Democrat, I get it. But there's got to be a way of making the point that you may not support whatever the issue is with Trump. But my God, you got to stop it already in this. And then pivot to just going after this guy. There's not enough there to do that. Apparently, there was a thing, too, that the judge's wife was a cop at the time of this decision. Or it's a pretty famous one with this cop being confronted and pushing this woman after she grabbed at him at the Puerto Rican Day Parade where there was a lot of trouble. It's a pretty famous case in Philadelphia. And the judge said, keep my wife's name out of your mouth. I would have gone forward even more with that, with Krasner. I think that's always a good thing to go after the other guy with, bringing up the wife.
I did find that portion. I have that. Here
Okay.
You go.
All right. So, I'm sorry, Dan, which portion? I'm sorry.
The wife portion.
Okay. Yeah, let's hear it.
Words achieved in an election cycle. Okay? Do your research. Why don't you go look at the Philadelphia
Listening to the past hour and a half trying to decipher.
data, and you'll see the numbers that I've given you are correct. Why don't you go look at the video of the Josie case? The one that was decided by this judge with his wife, a uniformed police officer, well, at least a police officer.
Don't put my wife's name in your mouth, young man.
Yeah, let's not go there. Well, how about this? Don't put her in your courtroom when you're deciding a cop's innocent. You have video.
She's a citizen.
You're gonna get a reply though.
Okay. Everybody knows that should have been a recusal. You should never have a family member in the room. And everybody knows who sees that video that he was guilty. You need a DA who's going to put the truth ahead of ambition, the truth ahead of politics, and you know you already have that DA. Thank you.
All right. Dan, just another tip there. You know what I'm thinking. There was the opening. Even the moderator doesn't like that. You go after the wife, and I would have pivoted toward you weasel. We know how you feel about cops, don't you? We know exactly how you feel about cops. So he had to recuse himself because she was a cop at the time in that case. How many things is this guy involved in that he never recuses himself from anything? He goes down Broadway.
You want to hear Dugan's response? It's not
Yes.
about Trump. Here.
Yeah.
Those people who walked into the stores for the last 5 and 6 years and took whatever they wanted because of his policy. And you know what? We're talking about numbers of murder victims. Not numbers, they're people. It's 3,000 body bags in the last 7 years. That's 3,000 empty chairs at Thanksgiving dinner. It's 10,000 people with a round in their body. There's no way we should be cheering that our city is safe, because it's not. If we finally had a downturn, it's about time. But what about the other 6 years? What about those 3,000 victims? What about all those stores that are going to leave us because of your retail theft policy of let them go? Let them go, Larry!
Okay.
That was very good. Dan, that was very good. I don't know if you agree or not, but the shoplifting thing, we know how people feel about that. He handled the homicide thing. Why is the Trump thing,
I don't care about the Trump thing. I don't mean to jump in here, but like, why is that a deciding factor for any of our listeners right now? And we got a guy, Larry Krasner, who has been bastardizing our city, sending it into disarray with Krasner land.
Right.
And here we have, you think a guy that comes out and says pro-Trump stuff's ever going to win in Philadelphia?
I can't accept it. I'd be a phony if I just can't. I'm going to tell the judge that.
There's absolutely no way that a person can come out and say pro-Trump stuff and get elected as DA in Philadelphia.
I don't think that's true at all.
He is a Democrat still, right?
Yeah, he's a Democrat.
So he's not going to go pro-Trump.
Well, no, he doesn't have to go pro-Trump.
Well, like any stance.
I think he Saying Trump is a nut, then that's what's required. I don't agree with that.
To distance yourself from Trump if you're on the left and you're trying to win over voters in Philadelphia, I think if you're going to be kind to Trump, you're going to lose voters.
Well, I just can't. I think it's got to be handled better. I'm in the camp that says it has to be handled better. So should we
but it's
just
a
give him a
primary
pass?
vote, right?
Yeah.
Only Democrats can vote it, correct?
Yeah.
So he's trying to appeal to Democrats, the ones who would staunchly support Larry Krasner. So obviously you would kind of denounce Trump and everything he's standing for in order to get that nomination over the very far left Larry Krasner, right?
Well, that's phony, though. I mean, is that what you really feel, that Trump is a nut and that's it?
I think you got to win. You got to do what you got to do to win.
It's politics, right?
Well,
who's ever, like, which politicians always tell the truth? Like, none.
Wait a minute, though. There's the truth. I didn't say you have to gush. I didn't say you have to do anything. I need more than that, though.
What's more than that? That's going to appeal to any Philadelphia Democrats.
More than, that's not the point. I think that Trump has done a lot better in the city. What I think you can say is we're not running against Trump, but he's been elected president of the United States. I think he's good on some things. And then you can hit him with the things that appeal to Philadelphia that you think Trump is wrong on. You got to hit him right there with that. Krasner has boxed him in. Now, wherever he goes, he's got to denounce Trump, even if it's in places. That's what Krasner was trying to do, where Trump is relatively popular.
It's just a guy that's fighting for the causes that conservatives are preaching. Just because the name Trump is deciphered and negatively spoken about, we now have to disassociate from this guy?
Didn't say that.
No, I'm not saying you're saying. I'm just saying, like, that's the idea of a lot of Philadelphia Republicans is, we can no longer throw our support. What are you going to do, support Krasner because there's no Republican running?
No, I didn't say that either. So you're saying I'm expecting too much here. People would be expecting too much.
I just think, I think a lot of people that are living in Philadelphia, as you do, are realistically thinking to themselves, if he came out in support of Trump, that's the killer of his campaign. Dugan's no longer going to make any waves, and he's not going to have any chance against Krasner.
I don't think so. I don't think you can go around then just saying, I hate Donald Trump. That's it. Philadelphia, that's what you got to do. All right, we'll get him on tomorrow. You can hit me on Twitter at DomShow1210. Dan's got a good point there. I'm trying to take that into context. See, I just think it's mishandled. And I would have done even more with the wife thing. I think that was a good moment. I like what he did on the murder thing and certainly on the shoplifting. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Is that unrealistic? You got to realize where you are in Philadelphia, and you have to win. So essentially, Dan, I don't want to put words in your mouth. You're saying you got to trash Trump when Krasner brings that up.
It's how conservatives handled abortion in the last election.
I wouldn't say quite that. That's a good metaphor to talk about, or comparison, though. I wouldn't say they would go quite that far as he did here. Okay. Maybe we're splitting hairs. The thing is, you have to beat Krasner. All right, lightning round next. 855.
Do you really think a pro-Trump candidate can beat Krasner in Philadelphia?
Well, it's not pro-Trump, though. We're not engaged in this. So do we have... Why are the Eagles going to the White House, then, I would ask?
What's it have to do with this, though?
Well, shouldn't the Eagles... Wait a minute.
They're not running for office and trying to be elected.
Wait a minute. But they're in Philadelphia. Philadelphia hates Trump is the thesis here. They shouldn't go to the White House, then.
Yeah, it's a good point. You got a good point there.
I know it's not the same as running for office. I just would coach to handle a little bit better because he's going to be speaking in Northeast Philadelphia and places like that. Think of all these people across Philadelphia that voted for Trump this time. In the end, you still got to show up and vote against Krasner. I agree. But can you say some things here in a different way? And he was under the gun. He was in front of a hostile audience. I've been there. It's a hometown audience for Krasner there. Progressives, black audience in West Philly. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board.
If you need to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then it's time you call my friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering interest-free financing options that are sure to fit your needs. Depending on the scope of your project, you can take advantage of 0 down and paying 0% interest for up to 36 months, or take even as many as 72 months. Yeah, that's right, up to 6 years of low monthly payments with no interest. This kind of financing will keep your monthly payments affordable regardless of the size of your project, while you benefit from expertly installed energy-efficient windows and doors that lower your energy bills and increase the value and comfort of your home. And not to mention, Guida will help you save on the price by giving you 20% off all their products. Restrictions apply. Minimum purchase required. Financing subject to credit approval. This offer is for a limited time only, so call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Do you want a new opportunity with great pay, benefits, and a team that cares? Stockwell Elastomerics, a 106-year-old employee-owned company in Philadelphia, the city of winners, is hiring sales engineers and motivated manufacturing workers, skilled or eager to learn, day or night shifts. Their employee stock ownership program lets you become an owner, not just an employee. At Stockwell Elastomerics, you're not just joining a workplace, you're joining a family. Apply at stockwell.com. Stockwell Elastomerics, where careers are made and ownership is earned.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, we have about maybe 30 seconds with this late breaking. Joe, who's your person? What's your facial thing?
Dom, this pains me, but I got to turn against my good friend Robert from Ben Salem. He was my mentor on Inauguration Day, but I think he's a lurker on the chat because he picked up on mine with Gorbachev. But I'd like to one-up him at this point.
All right, go ahead.
I'm going with a gentleman by the name of, and you watch his movie, and Cher was a semi-sleazy mother, dysfunctional mother who turned out to, you fell in love with at the end. It was John Merrick, the Elephant Man.
Gotcha. That's an all-timer that's...
I do have the audio of Dugan.
What time did we go to today? 57?
No, 56.
Yeah. All right, killed by tomorrow. And hopefully we'll have the judge on. Henry's been a swing voter here. He's gone back and forth in the beginning, egging me on. Now he's the other way.
You got to talk about it, but I'm kind of with Dan on this.
Okay. All right. Tomorrow the debate continues.
He essentially says at one point, you're not running against Donald. Why don't you go run in Washington against the president if that's who you want to take on in the election?
Oh, well, that's good. Okay, leave it at that. We don't have to call him a nut. Maybe I'm being too sensitive. We'll see what people say. Henry, who did you like?
Shout out Earl. I really loved your answer. Couldn't get you on today, but Lance in South Philly, Frida Kahlo. Unibrow.
Okay, I remember that. Dan?
I can go with Frida as well. Let's go with
All right, let's go with Frida. Lance, that was right at the beginning. All right, you can't miss tomorrow. We'll talk about this and anything else that develops. Richie always next for 4 big hours. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group